I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Okay, folks, I'd like to welcome you tonight to this edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and also on Super 95.5 FM. Thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1 for relaying the program, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia, always making sure that the program goes across the country. So if you're in Nimba, in Sino, you're in Maryland, in Grand Baza, just tune to Spoon. If you can catch us on 107.5, we're on 101.1, 95.5, on 104.1, and a host of other radio stations across the country. I also want to appreciate and welcome our online audience. The many of you joining us by means of social media. We're on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We want to appreciate you for joining us. Welcome. You can find us on YouTube as well, and Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. This is where you get the news, the updates, the analysis, the views of Liberian, the critical national issues. This is where you get to share your thoughts, engage with the policymakers, and make sure that we can have a safer national discourse in the interests of our country. So welcome tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. This edition of Spoon Talk promises to be very, very informative, and we ask you to kindly share the program as you join us. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from. I see a lot of you have already started engaging in the comment section. Keep sharing your thoughts. I see Oscar Zigwen is joining us from Nimba County. Daniel Tante as well from Tinkers Village. I see Fumba Sise. Fumba Sise is joining us tonight as well. I want to welcome you and all of the folks joining us. Adulai Johnson. To get your information. We ask you to keep sharing the program as you join us tonight. Well, we're going to go to the phone lines as we always do. The first segment of Spoon Talk is dedicated to the people who get to come on early to share their thoughts. If you're watching the show, you're listening to the program, just wherever you are, we get to open the phone lines so you have your say. Most times, the very issues affecting you, sometimes will not make it on the agenda. You know, it's just a few hours on here. And so that's why the What's on Your Mind segment is there, so that you get to express yourselves. Just talk about those different issues that are of concern to you, be it health, education, politics. You want to talk about the economy, sanitation, just anything that is of concern to you. The What's on Your Mind segment affords you the perfect opportunity so you get to speak out on those different issues of national concerns. So welcome to the show tonight. We're going to go to the phone lines and take your calls. You can call us tonight on 0555 101075. 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. This is Spoon Talk. Let's take our first caller here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia.
Good evening to you, sir. It's good to have you on. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
The name remains constant Efanso ES Command once again. But next Colette, what actually in my mind tonight how to deal with this traffic regulation? I'm asking questions. Who's in charge of the presidency? Because this government, everyone's are going about doing their own things. The government is disorganized on a serious note. How can you tell me, my Benu, Pafomo, my Tewaden, who does not understand the traffic regulation system? Even the cross war today, there are a lot of problems there. There's no awareness, no socialization, nothing at the car that is saying that someone who does not understand the traffic system, when they are the road, they cross improper crossing, they will be bound to pay $5 United States dollars. And now how you can exploit your citizen, keep getting money for them. Then the driver Lexi, when your Lexi is expired, then you know how the proper document for your car. When they cut you, you pay $5,000 United States dollars. Well, the people are getting the money. And there's no centralization. So I urge Gregor Coma to revisit like a particular decision. What can you not sit there? The people be doing all kinds of things. We spoke yesterday that was happening. And when the Gregor talk, all of them become tickets to the government.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Hello.
Nothing.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
How are you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is Daniel P from 540.
What's on your mind, Daniel?
Yes, my brother. What on my mind this evening is that they are some case at the capital. Yeah, why it is taking so long? And because we want to see the doer of that. The people who did it, we want to see the person. There's nobody. And then I forgot about people. But let us judge this case. Let the case be finished. It has taken long, my brother. This case is a very serious case. We think it to be a joke, but it's a very serious case for this government. And
Thank you.
The proof.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you.
They can prove it. Let us forget about the people. Let us go free.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Malapu, please.
Malapu, what's on your mind?
From my giving.
Okay, let's hear you, Mama.
The thing that on my mind is really to be from the public doing well for all in the country, the development, the public carrying on. Look at the rainy that he been in Kakata here. When I saw that picture, I said I was standing there to say I'm gonna cry. But people get there, in the public not doing nothing. So if God will decide what to do for them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
I'm Sylvester calling from District 3.
Sylvester, what's on your mind?
Well, on my mind, have to do with the alley and the government said they are opening, bringing people areas down. And right now, our president, who's the job guy, he was on the alley. But they said they're breaking people's houses down. Why? Let's start from him. If you really want open alley, the real time people are very good, they're ready for development. They need to start from every first to show example. Now, anyway, open alley now, no matter what company say, oh, but you're breaking people's homes down. But they do it, they don't say the president is above the law. And he's not above the law. That's why people are not right. Into taking a decision and also the management. The rule that the political put and say people must go across the road before they cross the road and go across before they cross the road. So I think they will be putting, they will allow people on the road and on the sidewalk there they will the left and be standing on the road. Maybe anyway the people will post
okay. Thank you for your input. Let's hold you there. Take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yeah, hello, you're live on the show. Let's hear you, man.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live on the show. Let's hear you.
I've been here or nothing. You can call me.
Oh, yeah, the same to you, Mama. Sorry. But you live on the show. You
okay. Heading Margie.
Okay, Margie.
Oh, my heading. So, but while on my mind, I want I want Monsika Fremont, Hamilton, and Moduba. They all of them go to Unity Party. Nobody on phone and to say they're going to Georgia Party. They all of them go to Unity Party. So they can get in one man.
Oh, so they can get in one man. All right.
Because the power in the ruling government hand now. Lofa County in Gbala hand. Nima in Jeremiah Kwanku hand. So nobody more food and the man want to get a broom or go to Unity Party too.
All right. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Good advice. Thank you so much. All right. So keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. We take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm stable from Nima country.
From where?
No, from Nima country. Stable from Nima country.
But say, Bo, Nima country na Nima country.
Country. I'm a country man. I come from in the country, so I Nima say stable from Nima country.
Oh.
That's the name people know me from.
Oh, Sebo from Nima country. Okay, go ahead, Sebo.
A bigger country in Labrador. Yes, well, all my president Joseph Yimabwaka, the rule what they want president was facing, the other play what they not complete it. Please, me, I apologize to them. Let it face it. Me, I come from Sogoi. Between Sogoi and starting with the rule what they face it. The balance one we have faced it, not feeling it. It's still and you come and get in time. Please, I beg you. Any a song, they must complete the road there. Let it be complete. Please. I come from Sogoi. To our own side, the road not completed. Let it complete it.
Thank
and
you.
when medicine want help, let it help. And they country, the people that are playing gamble with the country, they country that not gamble country, that not party country. Everybody say that in the corner they praying. And Joseph Yimabwaka lose. When Joseph Yimabwaka lose, Liberia people lose. Man, early lose, we lose. Some man we account we lose. We say that we can't benefit nothing. They only say now in the country, they not let us say. Every day they go to church. What the reason they can go to church for? What the reason they going to church for? Why you go to church, you can't do. They go where God say, oh, do the one you can't do it. I love Muslim people, they love each other. Me, I'm from Nima. I'm a Muslim man. I tell you the people in Israel because of what they love each other. They don't want nothing, nothing to get between them. But Liberia, not love each other. Our mom and father are in the country. They not love each other. They country that not party country. The people that come the country way back. They Liberia been losing. They will try to put our hand behind the papi. They want way. They go promoting. They impact. They come to when God will help them for them to come to in power. They must come to complete.
All right.
Thank you. Start hating each other in the country.
Thank you very much. Sebo, thank you for Nima country. Thanks a lot. We appreciate you. Hello.
Good evening, Nancy.
Yeah, good evening. It's good to have you. Let's hear you.
Yes, Oscar, we're calling from Compass in Nima County.
Oscar, it's good to have you. And what's on your mind?
Yeah, next thing what my mama have to do with the walk on coach. I want to ask President Buckeye, because when you were coming to leadership, he said that you're going to establish walk on coach. And after he took leadership, within 3 months, he went to America and signed walk on coach. But send Honorable Prince White Johnson, Senator Nima County, our godfather, died. The walk on coach died. Next year, I want to ask your spoon bossman, water spoon, because they were advocating that everything will be bread and butter in this country. So I don't want to know whether the walk on was in the aside for Senator Johnson, because since Senator Johnson died for the past 1.5 years, we are not hearing about walk on court. So where are we today? Is President Baga want to be ungrateful to Albania because Prince Johnson advocated for him to become president of this country, and he established walk on court, and Prince Johnson died emotional greasy. So I want to know this. Because we are not hearing nothing about the walk on court. It's ungrateful for
Thank
someone
you
who
very
thinks
much.
to be who you are, For you to walk on and the person die, we cannot hear what walk on again. That's it. It's very ungrateful. Thank you this evening.
Thank you for your input. Hello, let's hear you. Yeah, hello. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you. What's your name and where you calling us from?
Thank you, Governor. I'm calling for no committee member of United Party Intellectual Bureau.
Okay.
I wish I could have most honestly the regular color that support that bring the community or up we are in race our life now secure. Honestly, last week Sunday I've been to one of the impression of Lawson. You know, Lawson doing
impression of who?
So Lawson.
Oh, Lawson Pan.
Yeah, they might do a current. So when they trace the man on a Facebook page, they throw a number, they coin way to Todi for her to go do current work. Again, now have Lozoyo to let me get some more. They call the man went over there, they scrape the man, they take everything for him, the man. The only thing they tell the man is that all of you will get after all of you one. I don't say you can come to defend the government. Would they to summon the Kakura? Today is your day, and we'll do it to one of all of your one. You're still your girl, they mess, you're still supporting the government. So you know, I make the man someone that will get the man close for a man to wear. They take everything from the man, so we are not safe. So even if you go in gallery, don't call your name. Like for some place, one go there, they ask me, I say, Mani Seku. If they want to ask me for my last name, I will just say Kama or Kane.
So, but why are you guys hiding? Why are you guys trying to hide?
No, not to say we hiding. The thing what I'm telling you now, what have you to lose you? They took everything from the man. They scrape naked him. We'll get after your one. This is the warning. Next time we'll call you, we'll warn you again. Will be different, and we'll get after all of you one. So until they say this, if you are government now, no, because nobody will go after them. They are secure. Together, how about all? We not get nothing. No weapon. Nobody is manning us. So you go do a daily hustle. They call, like for me, I tell them, someone call me somewhere. They say, can I get school right here? I want you to do my contract. I'll go there. They go do what they want to go do. So I'm telling my colleague there today on the radio, because me, I know everybody listening to the radio. If you government will please, you will know where to go, who to argue with, and where to go. So I beg you, our life is in risk. But nobody is behind it. I will talk to that CDC people behind it here. That one is clear.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That one by you not get evidence for a year, but thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Good evening, Nancy.
Yeah, good evening. It's good to have you on.
Yes, this is Princess, the only woman among so many men calling for the United Party Intellectual Bureau.
Okay.
And my brother just came from speaking on a serious lesson. It's very, very serious. Yesterday, people were here detaining the government. Yesterday, there were no freedom of speech. When you talk, they come after you. It's serious, though. What my brother just came from saying is very, very serious. The last time when our brother were attacked in Broadville, and after they attacked Lossie, they told Lossie, we did it to Samuel, we doing it to you, and we will do it to you one by one. And Nancy, we listen to Abraham Gostin. He called himself Gostin. Abraham and Nancy, I listen to him on a daily basis. I follow him. He let his follower to go after United people. He can sit down on a platform and say, hey. For typical example, in Nancy, where is the PUL? Because when something happens, they run with it on the media. But people sit on a various platform and insult violence in this country. Nobody is saying anything about it. They can sit down on his platform on a daily basis and insult violence in this country. Even threatening vice president. Nobody is saying anything about it. Now he after United Party people. They're telling us that we that can call to defend our government, they will come after all one by one because they will go on your page, search for you, know the kind of thing you're doing, know where you're living, and they start searching for you. This is serious. We are not talking, see they're talking. We're talking on a platform that the entire area that PC people are after United Party people. They are after United Party people. We're saying it.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, This is Jim.
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim who?
Jim calling from Babylon.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so James, it's like you have another call, and that has frozen this. It has put the current call on a hold. So let's see if we can take another person from this line. Hello? Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live on the show. Let's hear you.
Okay, so this is Jeff Johnson from the Old Road.
What's on your mind?
Okay, so people keep talking about this president house on the alley. I don't know because I usually go around rehab. So the road at least from rehab junction is the main street. It goes straight down. It's not touching the president fence at all. But there's another family house right there. Two lots right before the president house. The president's on the chair lot. When you pass around to the Sabwaga side, that the road that comes straight to rehab, down rehab going to Tuporo. And I'm hitting the president fence. So how is the president house on the alley? I want to challenge anybody. I got a car. The president should refer the alley. What I will put my car there so we can go do the survey around a place to see if the president house.
So before putting your car there for father, are you a surveyor or what?
I'm not a surveyor. But
so what informs your position on this issue?
Okay, so 4 lots.
Yeah, every 4 lots should have access to alley on all ends. Yeah.
Very good. So if you come from rehab junction, going straight down, you can see the road continuing, even passing down, and there's a swamp that is, if they were even trying to open, they were attempting to open it. The road is going straight down from rehab junction. They pass the hospital, the president's house, without branching. They're going straight down. You can see the other houses down that way. It branches behind the president's house. They went up behind the president's house. They even going straight down to they got it, or they got from Transcode or big man. They're going straight down to his place. I just forgetting his name. So the president's house is situated on the second, the third and the fourth.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that identical angle there, there's an echo there.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah. Hello, once again, Nancy Colette. Also,
no, Alfonso, we can't take you on the line twice. You have a lot of people calling. I mean, let's take others. Hello, let's hear you.
Blessing.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. Finally, great for the public member of Unit Party Intellectual Bureau.
Yeah, finally, great. Go ahead.
Oh, my brothers, our colleagues are saying this, and people have taken it lightly. Abraham Godson has said so many times on his platform that he get people that will go after people who defend this administration. And they did it to Samuel D. Kekula when you were in Broadway. They do it yesterday to our colleagues. We are blowing alarm. Nobody has seen anything. So we are in this country. Some of us, our life is not safe. But we will never relent. This is our country, this country for every one of us. If we can kill everybody, go and come and go after us. But we cannot relent. We are here, we will protect and defend and say what our government is doing in terms of good. And to our brothers, let's call that President Baka's house is on the alley. My brothers, tomorrow Tuesday, go and take the yellow machine and bust the president's house. Thank you so much for the opportunity this evening.
Thank you for your input. This person, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
This is Pascal Davis.
Pascal, let's
look,
hear you.
I mean, if you want low for permanent, go stay on the car road. Don't use decent apron wheel. In fact, there's only one group that ever called to defend government. That's CDC. that the national response and defense team, we were defending. Nothing you were here. Maybe you were asking what we're defending. How can you you defend your government, you're in trouble. Hearing no. And you think you were here. Game publicity. Really after all. You hungry and who after you? You suffering and who after you? So, you were just crying yesterday. They're not giving your father. We're moving here. You my man. So we know people who calling that DJ Lomen there. He has been abandoned. We know people. And you can't after all, if I person will you think you every normal need and all of need because you won't get public. You talk on that judgment, the point you can get. So the government destroying people who and you hear and the thing is you sit in the studio and people are using decent people need. You really know who killing people in the country? So you know that?
Pascal.
You already know that?
So Pascal, so you've been a member of the response and defense team.
Yeah,
I remember
group.
You're one of those persons who called repeatedly on the radio. But I want to know. I have a quick question for you. Pascal, can you hear me?
People what job we are doing.
Pascal, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So after the response and defense initiative, former President George Weah gave you, David King, and the rest of the guys.
No, and you bring that question to me. I will ask you personally because it sounds childish to me.
So no, my man. Why pay to the car? No, listen.
If you want
Pascal,
let me explain to you.
Pascal.
Because all of you say there, I challenge
No. Pascal, why are you getting angry?
I will not take it from you. So what? You want to ask me about
no,
listen now. Tell me another day I will call you so we'll have an interview. I will not come here and you can't ask me.
So, but Pascal, why are you getting angry?
No, I'm not angry because I'm there where you're going. And then you take
but listen, the last time I checked, David King. No, listen now. Let's have a conversation. David King, one of your B men, we asking about the car. He got angry. And then now I'm asking you about the car, Pascal David. You're also getting angry. You know, the guy won't bring you car. You just sold the car and share the money. Just say it, you know. I ask you a simple question and you won't answer the question. You're getting angry, Pascal. Pascal, don't get angry. So let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Pascal left the line.
Hello, brother. My name is MKK. I'm calling for the video.
Go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind have to do with the politicians that we have in this country, but especially the partisans. You know, please, brother, you want to tell the people that election is over, campaign time is over. They should start making everything that happens in this country with politics.
Okay.
They are causing chaos. They are not helping us. They should know that they are government in waiting. Whatever that is affecting, government will affect them too. So they should come together as one to do Mama Laptop. If they have the law for the citizens as a claim, let them put together. Whatever mistake that the government is making, let them try to correct it by helping the government by making avenue for creating jobs. They have the money, they are spending it on people to be calling, making other drafting people all around. Why they can use their money to create a company that will help few Liberians to get jobs.
Okay.
Why they do it?
Thank you. Thank you.
They will keep causing problems. Good girl, let's see.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another caller here. Hello.
Hello, Nursing.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Good evening, Nursing. My name is Dolly Lassana and I'm calling from Italy.
Dolly, go ahead. What's on your mind, sir?
Quickly, I just want to address those guys that are calling from the so-called Unity Party Intellectual Bureau. I mean, you are in government. You say people are running after you. Nursing is very clear that those guys, they want something from the government and they don't want to come clear. Maybe you want job from the government, come clear. Come tell the people, say, well, we want job, we want something. They will give it to you. But don't come make a story. It's clear that those guys are making a story. Who's running after you? Maybe those your friends that are in government, they are running after you people. Whole day you will be calling from Intellectual Bureau. Just be there, be calling from Intellectual Bureau. Why can you back Gbala that say all the baba thing about President Joseph Imabaka is enjoying today? They'll be there, they'll be calling from there. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate you. We'll go back to the phone line. Take another person here. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening, Korea.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
My name is Peter. Today, come here. Really, man, from PJ.
Really, man. Go ahead.
Minister, for even the excellency president, so that you might forget, the greatest president of our world, the only president that became public actor. Let me the first time in history ever like you. President Boga is the only president that has declared a public actor. President Boga is the only president that suspended the higher government official ever in 2 years. President Boga is the only sitting president that appeared on state radio. Liberian call in answer that question. President Boga is only sitting president that always there for Liberian people because when he promised and he's doing it. I don't know what Liberian people very want for the president to do. Because President Boga, as throughout the presidency, he always tell the Liberian people that when you put me there for, I will do that again. We have to leave it for the younger generation. So President Boga is not there to do bad for the Liberian people. So the people of 77 there, 72nd there, I'm appealing to them. I need the effort to that era because they know that I play still. Everyone I play better.
All right, thank you.
To them.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you.
In your interest.
Thank
so
you.
I wanted to please listen and agree with that.
All right, thank you. Hello, your name and where are you joining us from?
Hello.
You are live on the show, sir. Let's hear you.
Oh, thank you. This is Ben Jasper. Joining Unity Party Intellectual.
Ben Jasper, what's on your mind? Quickly, let's hear you.
Thank you. You know, Pascal and one of the people there who, when we are in power, that benefited. Even the car they stole, the campaign car they gave to them. They even sold the car.
No, my man, no, listen. The man didn't steal the car.
No,
after they defended the government for some years, the president gave the response and defense team one car. The guys didn't steal the car. So let's correct that one.
I mean, if you to where the car, even a labor part of the put they sold the car and had to go there beneath the put and I'm sitting there. They only causing I want to feel for a Sunday.
You know,
all the money good and someone in power, all the money they stole all your going to go buy goods.
Who when Africa goes to buy goods?
You know, they know that say all you documented and want to go back to go. Expensive thing got
you really don't want to get in problem with Pascal, David King, and the rest of the guys from defense and response.
Maybe they
thank you.
Peter McCoy, all the we know them.
So if you know all of that, how much the man sold the car for?
The car 4,500 the car for 4,500.
No man, my man, I can't 4,500 car.
I tell you, but what do I campaign car? I tell you all of them. Let me labor money before.
Okay, thank you. Your information is unverified. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. We lost that person. Hello.
Yeah, bro. Nancy, don't do this to me.
No.
Expression to me.
Yeah, Alfonso, I'm sorry. We can't take you twice on the line. There are so many people trying to call. Let's give others the chance. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, nice to hear. My name is Abraham Kate. I'm calling from Broadville.
Abraham, what's on your mind?
Yeah. First of all, I want to tell God thank you for you guys that are keeping all the news, updating all the news, and also CEO and your family as well. But what is on my mind is about our road that the government trying to build to our side. Yeah. I appreciate the government of Liberia, what they're trying to do for at least try to clear with the traffic. Why I decided to appeal to the government through public ways that, the popularity is increasing every day. So now the horses that they break alongside the road, if they can make it extended to 3 it will be all right. Then tomorrow they come back on that same road again. They say they want break down to scratch the road. If they want make the road one side, one for all, they can make one for all. That no more government will come back to that other side again to another money. The second thing is on my mind is that the market people who suffering. They suffer too much. I asking the government the salary market beer factory there.
Mm-hmm.
the swamp that there, the talking about big last swamp Saturday market there. If the government can please break in it, because you cannot say you will take the people off the road and nowhere to go. It means that you try to bring another case because one person is slapped, man, I pay in that person that everlasting pain. So I'm begging the government if they can try to dry last one that beyond Kuwait there and Saturday market, that beer also and make the people go there.
Thank you.
At least it will be alright for all, and then the road will be free. For the people that on the road, you say you face the road, you just be looking there, you taking death and putting it on death.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
All right, I'm Eric D. Niam. I'm calling you from here, Devia, to be precise, Rock Hill community.
What's on your mind?
On my mind is this. If you are a certain president, especially when it comes to our setting, any good thing that takes place on your regime, the glory will go to you. Equally so, when it turns bad, it will also fall on you. Okay. I read it on my mind. The provide for the electorate in my district. Are you there?
Go ahead, sir. You're live.
October 29. Grace of God, I will be one of the first candidate for district number 6. I'm Mr. Eric D. Nia.
So my man, you can't announce your candidacy here ahead of 2029 without paying any money. Hello?
My man, I will pay money. I will pay money. I will pay money.
You just hijacked our time.
It's telling me a lot of necessary things.
All right, thank you.
I want to use the platform to inform them.
Thank you.
Will be a possible winning candidate. October 2029.
Thank you very much for your input. When that time reaches, you appear, and you appear. Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Segun Gano. I call for the JMB and JG Dream for Better Liberia Foundation in collaboration with the UP Veteran Intellectual Bureau. Next thing, I just want to commend the president on the developmental drive initiative in current times. Road connectivity have been one of the major pillars of the so-called Blue Revolution called the CDC. They boastfully said they came to develop road. They call for coastal highway. They call for Bali Island. How do we get to those programs? So today we see the government embarking on major road connections, and then we listen to Akara Gray condemning the opening of Real Alley. If you ask initially, we build road community road. When they were building that road that were programmed by Ellen Johnson saying that should be even 10 feet wide. They came here and reduced the road to 20 feet wide. Since he was serious about road connection in this country, when they took 6 years to only connect from here the way to rail light, no people are not serious. We shouldn't listen to the Liberian people.
Thank you.
Fire service, I find difficulty to get to where fire incident are. It is something that we should be thinking about. When we are finding it difficult to get to our very homes in terms of road connectivity, it is something we should embrace. We shouldn't sit down here and listen to any politician that I can't agree. I can't agree. Got no idea in terms of developmental activity. He said,
thank you for your input. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
Opportunity for Liberia, but only to make
thank you very much for your input. Let's go there. Hello. 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 Can you hear me? All right. So you're not coming through. Let's take this person. Hello.
That's me?
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Hey, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, my input is I saw something that school reported about Vice President being honored by the Southeastern. I want to know what else school will flag it on that. I all want to know.
Okay, so just
I want to hear what the man again say nothing. Mr. Kev, nothing. And as it do, I want to know what he will say on that.
Okay, so just keep listening to the show. You will know what will be said regarding that. All right?
All
right. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being here. Okay, so I see the CEO has joining. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Nelson, what's up?
Yes, sir. I'm trying, sir.
Good. Where are we?
Yeah, we're on course. Everything on course.
So the people, everything on course. Very bad today.
I know everything will leave behind these things. I know nothing will come up here.
Why?
Everything.
Who told you say I get secret?
Oh, but there are certain things that are supposed to, just remain. Because I say making to all,
But
so.
last for Sato all. He's a mega top, but I like to all. Prophet Kito all. Yeah, the Chief Justice and Prophet Kito as a man, so he bet. This left. Because I said mega top, then he told off. Prophet Key said the Chief Justice I passed, so they will solve the problem. So, but something surprised me, right? So I agree that the Chief Justice is right, Nelson. What was the Chief Justice when Prophet Key was causing other people?
That's the thing. But at the time, he wasn't Chief Justice, though.
He wasn't on the bench?
He was on the bench.
He had the right to call Prophet Key, right?
Yeah.
Did somebody stop him? The Senate, you stop him at the time and say, don't call Prophet Key? Let's just be fair now, right? He should have called Prophet Key on the side, speak manner to him, agree and say, oh man, stop what you're doing. Even when Judy Andy went and complained Prophet Key, they said that's not the case. So only because he now there, he said Prophet Key they gotta see reason not to
gotta appear to say why he shouldn't be held in contempt.
They'll figure it out, they will, they will figure it out. It's just something like, if you want to talk across, not only when it is you, and that's my point. That's my point, Nelson. So all this yama, Prophet Key, we agree. We know Prophet Key. Prophet Key that witchcraft, we know that. Prophet Key can cause, we know that. So we're saying, the man cause all somebody, it's not a problem. But when he calls you, then a problem. But you're the whole Chief Justice for the whole country, though. When you're Justice of the Peace, what happened?
But the person is
the Chief Justice said you got to do the right thing.
Yeah.
We're playing the video, we're reading the letter, but let's be fair. And people, we can ask the people, So because are you not, so you empower the corporate key. You call Prophet Key for what? For causing you or for lying, say you stealing money, you corrupt. What do you call him Prophet Key for?
For bringing the court, the legal system disrepute. Yeah.
So far that are on the bench, they are the only good people that nobody can talk about. Wow, picking you up, man. Yeah, man. Our country would be so unique. Where can you? They posted a fire coming from CDCO. You saw it?
I saw it, but NMA did a previous write-up saying they were
my man, wait. They said the fire coming from CDC. CDC that said I come over a letter, right? And say, we don't need you no more. So let's do the thing small now. You probably want Russia. The people that get their own things in the fire carrier. Are you a sedition?
No,
but I need the people who will talk small for the Chief Justice. Let's overcome you. One of welcome all of you today will be very interesting. And, so we start talking about Joe Mobile and all the project he has received, the people that fell like hell. They say, what we talking about Joe Mobile? Joe Mobile, I don't get to all the project in the whole 15 country, all the feeding project go to Joe Mobile. We'll talk somewhere again. We'll show you new documents again today. And then we're just telling people, listen, anyway, Nelson refused to go for the confirmation hearing today, so we get nothing from that and to talk about how the confirmation was. So you'll blame Nelson on that one. Nelson say he didn't go there. Nelson, why you didn't go there though? If you care to explain, you want to explain, that's fine. I'm not interested. But Nelson didn't go there, to tell you the truth. He didn't. So, but Nelson tell the people that I won't talk it, I'm going to talk it. I'm going to tell why you didn't go there.
we'll discuss behind closed door.
You see the man say that Jade conversation. When they say close to that Jade. But listen to this though. Look at this letter. The CDC expelled 3 dissident. They call them dissident collaborators. Are you kidding me? They call Kanyo dissident. Where's Kanyo? Kanyo, come on. That's why I say, Kanyo, come on, please.
That strong word there during the wartime, when they say you're a dissident, you already know your punishment will be huge.
But listen, let us keep this up for a bit, right? Welcome to all of you. Yeah. Some of you asking from the Commerce Minister property will show again. Some of you asking for the project on Joe Mobile will show again. Some of you asking for all the people that Nelson talked to over the weekend. We'll tell you guys again. And we get some new development on why the SOE. Do you know that LTM are not contributing to the budget? So they took over all the money they're making. LRA is behind them for money. They say they got money for LRA. Do you know that?
Yeah, I listened to the LRA CG talking about it during one of the hearings they had. The recent budget hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, but my thing is that though. People say they're contributing. They say they're contributing. They say they're gonna go ask. So I don't know. My people want people. Yes, the letter up here. Leave me alone. I'm going to get update. That must I'm going to get update from Lofa. I wonder about Lofa. Leave me alone. But again, though, can you imagine? I want us to read this letter, but let me call Kanyo. Kanyo been calling me today. It looked like it's only because of this thing Kanyo was calling me. You know, usually he never called me, right? Kanyo never called me usually, but he telling me that. Let me see. Let's see if he will pick up because it's kind of strange that he was calling me today. So let's see if Kanyo going to pick up whether he's coming out today. But they expect so did Kanyo resign though? Because we had the letter over the weekend that Kanyo resigned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that, Nelson?
No, I didn't see that letter about his resignation.
Yeah, the Kanyo denied. Kanyo said he didn't resign. But then today now we are seeing that let's see who signed the letter. Who signed this letter? Who signed the letter? What's the name? National Chairperson, Jangako. Oh, National Chairman. Now the man signed the letter. The man signed the letter. The fire Kanyo. They say, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna talk. I really want to say something, but you know what? Let's wait for Kanyo small because the other one now is too big.
But with everything happening here, CEO is a clear indication that in Liberia we say where you see smoke, there's fire. So this thing came up as a smoke, and now
do you think somebody lied on Kanyo or actually Kanyo wrote the first letter? Let's find the first letter. I thought I had the first letter. Let's find the first letter, right? Because it's kind of like too strange that you know the situation here is. I don't know, but the budget is up. Finally, the how you call them? The Minister of Finance fingering the budget to put it up. They finger the budget and they put it up. You know, so we want to talk about the budget. What did Dama say? Call Dama. Dama say he won't come, but send a link to Dama. Let you can live and give us update from Lofa. Why you Lofa there? The info yet? I think Michael should visit the $10 billion project they're doing in Foya. They'll say he's there. He should visit our area as well. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, we get time for you. Let's talk, let's laugh, let's joke. This thing is big. What? This thing is big. Kanyo is expelled. What happened with this mouse? So let's read the letter to say the Congress for Democrats to change. Kanyo coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, Kanyo is coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, he's coming on. He's coming. I'm trying to go and take phone call, but I want to say this letter is concerning, you know, that I think now it paved the way for Kanye to get a good job within the government. What do you think, Nelson?
Yeah, definitely. CEO, but the councillor is someone who is qualified as well. I
Now, we're
think
not talking about qualification. Y'all can spoil the conversation. We'll talk about qualification. You can say you qualified. We'll talk about qualification. We are not talking about qualification. We are talking about CDC finally come to a place to expel Kanye. Finally.
It means that he's going by again, that NTR.
No, to be frank, Kanye now, he can take a position to say, yeah, I'm free. I think we're going to schedule a meeting with Kanye and President Braga now to say, yes, the letter, the man is expelled, the man is free. And, sir, you know, in any capacity, you can use Kanye now without fear or favor. Because CDC have allowed him to have his peace. And this letter was said, oh, Kanye, yeah? Kanye, how you doing, sir?
You must say, you see me, I was there.
Kanye, the letter very clear, Kanye, is saying that the Congress for Democratic Change, CDC, announces the immediate expulsion of the Foreign Unity Party dissident collaborators. They are calling you a dissident collaborator. You're a rebel leader. You're a foreign agent. You're a spy, right? This is Senator Zopeno, Councilor Kanyo Gbala, Representative Samson Wea, Sano County District number 2. Their expulsion are due to action deemed disloyal and in violation of Section 38, Section 39, Section 41A, Section 42, Section 44, Section 45, Section 46, and Section 47 of the party's constitution. Section 47 state, membership in CDC be ceased by 1, written or verbal withdrawal. 2, constructive withdrawal by open declaration of transfer of loyalty to another political party. 3, expulsion induced by NEC or death. That's section 47. Are you alive? So that will not be applied for the 73, will not be applied to you because you don't die yet, right? And NEC didn't kick you out. Let's see what 47-2 applied to you. Constructive withdrawal. You didn't withdraw. By open declaration, they say you wrote. So maybe they want to apply to you. We'll give you the chance to answer. A transfer of loyalty to another political party. I really don't think you did that. 1, written or verbal withdrawal. This one applied to you because over the weekend, they had a letter that you denied that you didn't. It wasn't you that was asked to do wrote that letter in your name. That's what we heard, but we can verify when ASID come on the show. The expulsion action is a direct response to nearly 18 months of conduct that the CDC considered damaging. 18 months you've been damaging the people of Canada. You bow, damaging. And listen, I'm just bringing this up because a lot of people will end up doing this. I mean, you cool? No, let's see your whole head, man. Tell I have for here, man. You cool?
I'm cool. It's kind of really cool here.
Okay, no, wait, put the heat off. Don't bring back smoke. Bring the heat up. Put the heat off.
All right.
So let's go ahead. They say individuals have used public platform to denigrate the CDC and have aligned themselves with Unity Party government. These are some serious issues. Come on. There's a breaking news.
Yeah, I saw the letter minutes ago because the letter just came out little close to an hour now, and it's making rounds.
I'm saying, I'm reading this letter. It's like Kanye is a spy. They call him dissident. They call him an operative. Kanye is a Mozart. Kanye is a rebel leader. He's a junta leader. Kanye, listen to this. Listen, they call the man dissident collaborators. He and others. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. This is some big thing, allegation that have hit the wire of the United Nations. And I think if this continues, Donald Trump will have a copy of this letter. Dr. Richardson. And the main reason they give, let me finish reading that because we want to hear from you, right? They have chosen their path, one of reputational room and historical. You know, CDC people know plenty of book. People watch the letter news. The whole
you also reached to my favorite part of the letter. You also reached
okay, let me see if I can get there. And historical insignificance. The damage inflicted by their treacherous conduct is a stain upon their own legacy, if there were any.
That's my favorite part of the letter.
Oh, you got no legacy. These expulsions are lesson to any who would be driven, purported to be member of mighty CDC. By their defiant and anti-CDC conduct, these expelled individuals have absolutely ties with CDC as they are delinquent in every definition of political party membership. This is Jangako. The CDC cautions the public not to do business with Kanyo Gbala, Zopenon, and Samson Weah. These individuals in the name of CDC, as anyone engaging with these parties, defiance does not or does so at their own risks and peril. Do not get in contract any business relationship when it comes to CDC with any of these people. That's what they're saying. CDC remain committed to its people-centered principles and will continue to move forward as we prepare to unseat the failed Unity Party government in 2029. Government in whose interest can you preach? Government in whose interest can you advocate? Government in whose interest can you have taken a job to work as board chair at a Unity? No, I didn't know one of that. Yeah, that's true. I did some addition. Guy, welcome to the show that Richardson is welcome. Makano, let's hear you. I know the guys coming, we'll get into it, but I give you time. Let's hear you. What's going on here?
Thank you, CEO. Let me say a hearty good evening to you, Dr. Richardson, my brother Malva, Diamond, who got favorite parts of the letter. My old dear brother at controls. It's pleasant to be back. To be honest, what is on my mind right now is that I don't know if it was yesterday or today, the Chief Justice, along with the Vice President, broke ground for a 3.2 million court building in Lofa County. You know, when we did the MCC scorecard analysis, one of the areas that Liberia did not do very well was on our rule of law. And so the fact that we see the government making decided efforts to bring the courts to the people in the rural parts, led by the Chief Justice and led by His Excellency, the Vice President, Jeremiah Kwankun, so that justice can be delivered and the rule of law can be improved, I think that is a good thing. And that is what is on my mind. The other thing on my mind right now is that, you know, Prophet Marcos Key is going to the Supreme Court tomorrow. And those who are saying that free speech entitles you to curse people, mothers and their fathers, and use obscene language, I pray that they go there and witness the proceedings. Because the court, the Supreme Court, of whose bar I am a member, has been very clear that any act that belittles or degrades the court such that it impedes the administration of justice is contemptible. And therefore, Prophet Marcus, you will
But
go
we
there.
we wasting our time. We're talking about the letter. We started the show
Oh,
yet.
you want me to talk about that?
Yeah, we wasting our time about. We'll get there.
No,
We'll get
okay,
there.
so let me just wrap up on the second
Officially,
one.
as of today, I don't. Did they send the letter to you in your email? Did they send it to you
Let
by
me wrap up on that second one, then I come to the letter.
Have you
Because
received any document from CDC that you are no longer part of
the
CDC?
letter. To be honest, the letter is at the list of the things that concern me right now. So I was trying to air out.
No, we'll get there. We'll give you a chance for you to air out what's on your mind. Let's talk about this letter.
Since you're the moderator, CEO, so since you want me to come to the letter, then because I'm being compelled by your moderating to come to the letter, I'm being compelled by your moderating. Now you even putting the letter up because you want me to look at it and deal with it. So I'm being compelled. Even my vision is being blocked so that I will speak to the letter. They will speak to the letter. So you can remove it now. To be honest, CEO, I'm not really concerned about that letter. Yesterday, you were privy to the information that the concocted information that I had resigned from the CDC, and people were flying around with another letter that I had sent to Janga Kowo, airing my resignation. Now, the same man who they claim that I resigned to and sent a letter, the same man issuing another letter today saying that I am being expelled. So I think there is some reconciliation to be done. Man say I wrote him a letter, I resigned. Same man read a letter to expel. But if I resign, why am I being expelled then? Isn't that a cause for some thinking? But whatever the case, my dear brother, Liberia is bigger than any political party. And I maintain my position. Liberia, the reason we form political parties is to move the country forward. It's not for the glorification of a single person. It is not a boys or girls club. It is not a cult. It is not a society bush. It is formed as an engine to transform society. That's why we join political parties. That's why I joined the CDC. That's why I marched in 2005 when I had never met George Weah. Because I believe in the ideals of a party where anyone can express themselves and take position that they believe in, void of who is the political leader or who is the chairperson. All right? And to the extent that I am convicted that the country is moving in the right direction under President Boyka, of which I'm absolutely convicted, I think that he's a transparent and honest man. I think President Boyka means well for our country. I think this is responsible leadership. And I owe it to myself, void of any political association, to support somebody at the helm of the country that's moving the country forward. And if that is the grievous error that I have committed by being a patriotic citizen that will support progress in the country, irrespective of who is president, if that is a grievous error, if the grievous error I've committed is to say the MCC compact is good for Liberia, even though it is President Boyka who's making it happen, if the grievous error that I have committed is to say that the 170 million that comes from the US to this country under President Boyka is good for the healthcare sector, if that is the error that I've committed and the crime that I've committed, if the crime that we have committed is to say that reconciliation is key, that President Samuel Doe needed to be buried as a president with respect, that President Tobo also deserves similar respect, that the Doe family play a prominent role in Grand Juda politics and ought not to be treated in a wishy-washy fashion. If that is the crime that we have committed, for which we deserve expulsion, and so be it. But we will continue to remain consistent and firm in our position that the country will move forward. And I am unflinching in my support for President Boyka. That is not going to change. So you can only expel me once, and that is done. Tomorrow, if I want to say tomorrow, say as of now, that letter is moot. We are now moving on. Life is going to go on. And like I was saying, I'm more interested now in seeing how we can sanitize, the airwaves around our country, where people who are accustomed to using profanities, on the airwaves and, affecting our children,
Thank you. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Thank you very much.
Don't do it.
I gotta go now. Listen, we gave you over 7 minutes to talk. Hold on now.
I'm wrapping up.
No. Kayo, hold on now. Kayo, we still having show. You will still talk. Hold on, my man. If they call you to order, hold on, man. You're not talking plenty. Let's hear from the other people.
Let me wrap up now.
No, you wrap up already, man. You can observe time.
Wrap up your CEO. No, man. It's not fair.
But I wrap up. Wrap up on the issue.
You took all that time. I said, let me wrap up, and you said no again.
Because, Kayo, this is just preliminary.
Yeah, let me preliminarily wrap up.
So what happened is that you got to just talk briefly when everybody can then we can have a conversation.
Let me say something, then you go, right? Let me say something, you go. When topics are introduced, and I'm going by your own measurement, so I won't hold you to your measurement. When topics are introduced, we all go around. But in this case, the topic centers on me. So I am responding. So it will not be like we just going around a topic. I think you will agree with me on that. So let me wrap up.
I totally disagree with you, but wrap up.
Thank you very much for your tolerance. You see that the kind of tolerance we need in political discourse. You disagree, but you still respect my rights in your disagreement. That's the kind of thing we're talking about, tolerance, right? I can hold a political alliance and a political party membership, but I can still express my views in an unfettered way. And what has transpired is clearly a lack of tolerance. But like I said, that is water under the bridge. We remain resolved 1,000% in our support for President Boykai and for the good things he's doing for this country. And we will continue to project it insofar as he's on the right path. Good thing you can expect somebody 2 times, so we'll make progress. On that note, we concede, and hopefully we can talk about some of the other things that we need to talk about, like Prophet Mankoski and his other brothers who feel they can just curse people in the country and they will not be held accountable for disorderly conduct and for disrespecting the court. You know, the law will take its course, and I hope tomorrow that he learned from that particular experience that you can't have people just being vulgar and obscene. In the US, y'all have the FCC that looks at the airwaves, and the FCC categorizes information into 3 categories. Obscene information is not allowed on the airwaves in the US. It can be taken off. And the US is a country that respects.
So we got to go now because you just want to discuss that. We'll discuss that later about Prophet Q. We're going to have a whole topic on him, and we're going to give her time for that. But let's just move on. We'll come back to you, Dr. Richardson. Welcome to the show. We have Damo Slanger joining us from the beautiful county, Lofa County. We want to hear from Damo. He's with the Vice President Jeremiah Kwankun. Okay, and Dama is with Vice President Jeremiah Kwankun. Some development from Lofa County today. Dama, let's bring you in because we know that you don't have enough internet. Let me ask you, the Vice President bought Starlink now for your the reporter, or that one not there yet? Because you guys cannot cover certain places without internet, right? Dama, we're asking you. Yeah, I said that Richardson, the internet not working. I mean, this thing is not looking good. You go with the Vice President, you should have Starlink. We have our own Starlink, right? But the Vice President, First Motor Pool should have Starlink, right, Dr. Richardson?
Yes.
Right? For all the reporters, look at, we've been waiting for Damo 10 minutes now. He ain't talking. Damo. Kanye, you want to say something? This is that. It doesn't look good. The whole Vice President.
But I think the Vice President is doing of late. Damo is always with the Vice President.
I plead the 5th.
I'm enjoying it. I mean, I saw Damo in his bedroom.
But Damo, can you hear us? The Vice President by
again. Damo everywhere with the Vice President these days.
You hear me now?
Damo is assigned to the Vice President, period. It's not a question.
He always with the Vice President.
Not only Damo, you have other reporters from all over the country, Dr. Richardson. That assigned with the second man in the country.
He's a good man. I saw
I'm
Damo
not talking
was
whether
ready.
he's bad or he's good. No, I'm not here to, my man, stop.
Damo
I'm
was
not talking whether he's
performing
bad or he's good.
energetically. I saw the
I'm talking
moves.
to Dado Richardson. Dado Richardson,
Yes.
$150 can get you Starlink. Why the vice president treating the reporter then like that?
Good question.
Are you hearing me now?
No,
Yes.
we're not hearing you, Damo.
Yeah.
We're not hearing you.
Damo's asking if we're hearing him. I'm hearing him. I'm hearing him. Are you not hearing him, Stanton?
Dado Richardson. Okay, let everybody wait. Damo, can you talk? Hello, Damo. Hello. Damo, hello. Tango, sunshine calling over.
Oh, wow.
Tango, Damo, sunshine calling over. Tango. Can you read me? Sunshine calling over. Damo, can you hear us?
Yeah.
No, Damo can hear us. Damo
Damo
can hear us. Damo is on.
My man, tell that fool off, man. Tell that fool off. Tell that fool off, man. You do we know that you call it Damo?
Yes, how are you? I'm sure you got one time.
Yeah, I'm good at that. But
but sir, I know Kanye will also talk about that letter because it hurt him, Kanye. Dado Richardson, but let's talk about this though. I think Jeremiah should buy Starlink for the reporter, Dado Richardson. Seriously.
Yeah, it would be great in today's world where the reporters can report on the happiness of the vice president. But unfortunately, this is the country that we find ourselves in. This is why we are asking for the government to do more in terms of telecommunication. I mean, why? I know we have dead spots around the world, but you know, he's in Lofa. You know, they're centrally located, and I know in Liberia because I've been in Liberia. I actually know that one of the owners of the styling company. You can even put it on your car and travel with it. So I don't know if the vice president has it or not, but it sounds like he does not have it. I think it's a good question to ask him.
No, but I think all the reporters on protests against the vice president called a strike that they can give them internet. No.
We can have Kanye tell the vice president to buy Starlink for the reporters.
There you go.
but see, I think Damo is on.
Damo
is on.
Yeah, he's on.
So let's see, Damo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nelson.
Damo, can you hear? Yeah, you can hear us, Damo. Can you hear us?
You can hear the CEO as well, right?
I'm saying that on behalf of the vice president, I'm donating one Starlink to the reporters.
We don't trust your Starlink. When you get there, you will take it back. We don't trust it.
No, I'm not taking it back.
Damo,
I'm flying into Monrovia on Friday. Saturday, let anyone of them contact me. I will write a check for them for Starlink.
The major got appointment to get this step, so it's okay.
So you got appointment, you ain't return pay, yeah, then you buy Starlink for vice president. I mean, that bribing the vice president.
No, I'm welcome package. I'm trying to support this speech.
No. You are saying you buy Starlink for the vice president office?
For the reporters.
You're total. That's what we got, Damo.
So yeah, we got Damo on the line now. Damo,
Mr. Damo Slanger, how you doing?
Yeah, Damo, go ahead.
It not working.
No, it's working. The speaker is on. I think Damo can hear you now. Damo, can you hear this?
All right, so Damo, can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah, sir, I can hear you, see you.
All right, so Damo, it's unfortunate that we cannot have you, by way of video on a serious note, except whether you intentionally turn your video off because I heard the door sign. If not, we want you to bring us up to speed with what's going on. We got a video here from something we had. I got a question though. He said he's no longer with CDC, but bring us up to speed and we'll talk about something we had, Damo.
All right, so I will start off with the representative from something we asked comment yesterday that was made in Nuku Town at a ceremony honoring the vice president by the Jedebo Development Council, the people from Sino, where the vice president's father hails from. They are recognizing and honoring their son. They did that in a traditional ceremony yesterday. And it was at that ceremony that Representative Weah of Sano County District 2 made the pronouncement. He said that while he was in medical school, that's his nursing school at the United Methodist University, the vice president, he didn't know at the time who was an entrepreneur, was his cousin. And his mother told him that if you go to Ghana, look for stores with Prophet Jeremiah on it. And when he came to Ghana, the vice president, I helped him out in so many ways than one. He said coincidentally, they both won elections in 2020. They were both in court in 2020. And they blood relations. And he is now going to be a member of the family that will fight the family in succeeding. So on yesterday, he pledged his support to the Gbala County administration. And in about 24 hours, he has been expelled from the CDC. So that statement was made yesterday. And subsequently today, he has been expelled. So he did pledge his support to the presidency of President Gbala, and said he is going to make sure that he takes the vice president to Sino, subsequently the Southeast, to introduce him to the people and let them know that he's their own son. That was on yesterday. And we departed Nuku Town and made our way to Nimba. Early this morning, we went to Lofa, where the vice president was received traditionally by the people of Lofa County. The main street of Lofa of Fireman, he was received. And then we made our way to the 10th Judicial Circuit Court, where the official opening of court ceremony was held with the Chief Justice in attendance. And it was at that program that the Chief Justice also addressed the Justin Nyansen issue. Justin Opa Nyansen, who's known as Prophet Key, the Chief Justice said he needed to make things clear that tomorrow Prophet Key is going to appear before court. He will come with his lawyer. The Supreme Court too will have his own lawyer. And the lawyers of Prophet Key will have to tell the court why he shouldn't be held in contempt. According to the Chief Justice, the court was disrespected, the court was abused, and the court was brought to public ridicule. So he is going to take that issue seriously. If it had not been taken seriously in the past, according to him, it's because such cases were not brought to the court. The court doesn't go to look for cases. And in this instance, the court complained. So they are going to the court. So in his closing statement, he said if Prophet comes to the court tomorrow and is able to show why he shouldn't be held in contempt, he will walk away. But if he's unable to, he left that part unsaid, And then we made our way to the grounds where the vice president broke grounds for the construction of a 3.2 million judicial complex, the 10th judicial complex or 10th judicial circuit complex in Boyama City, Lofa County. And that project is going to take 1 year as of the date of commencement of the work. And we're told that works will begin either in April or May of 2026 and will be completed in 2027 at the same time. The vice president also spoke to the road. We did see some new asphalt pavement being laid. The road is closer to Kunia, thereby. The vice president spoke about the road. He said that they've decided now to give the road to 3 different companies to speed up the road works because the road is crucial to the people of Lofa and to the people of Liberia. The Lofians, he urged to get prepared to form part of developing their county and to develop Liberia as a whole. Those were key things that happened in Lofa County while the vice president was in the county today.
So is Samson did he travel with the vice president to Lofa?
No, I didn't see Representative. We are on the trip with us to Lofa County. No.
Can I ask you a question? Were you guys able to ask the vice president? Now we're knowing that they're doing groundbreaking ceremony, Dr. Richardson, for the complex. Actually, that's something good. But why we didn't see any groundbreaking for the $10 million for your project? Couldn't you ask the vice president that question?
I can ask him the question. If that's a question for him to answer, if you're talking about the FOIA project, all powers of the executive is vested in the president. And the president already spoke to that matter. So I don't really know what's there for his deputy to speak to the president.
No, prior to that, I understand you need to give the Liberian people some clarity. I mean, it's a good thing that Richardson is in Lofa, During groundbreaking, we see they say, well, at this given time, they're going to build this project. And, the quote beautifully said, but we didn't see anything for $10 million project. Well, that one was undercover. Jeremiah, why you know it? But why he couldn't go there at the time to break ground like we see him doing today? I think that's a fair question, Dr. Richard, see, right?
Yes, it is a fair question.
When we ask the question, people get angry, though. You're doing this thing, we happy for you, but all the things done beyond that, did no comment. That is above his pay view because that the president project.
Yeah, and it's important that the president, the vice president answer. We know the president has given his answer, but I'm interested in hearing the vice president's thoughts as well. Not anybody else answering for him, but the vice president himself. That's what he's the vice president. Yeah,
Dama, another thing that I know you were asking if I don't believe that maybe you were asking, but I hope that you from Spoon, you are trustworthy, man. I respect you and respect the network you're from, and thank God for all those that representing the network. We want to say thank God for all of you. But again, I think this question needs to be asked the vice president. Why we didn't see the groundbreaking ceremony for this project, the $10 million for your project. My next question is that where are you guys going next? You said Nima County?
Well, the protocol of the vice president is the one that is kept close to the chest of his security operatives and his protocol officers. So what we told since I started covering the executive for the president, we are up to court. You pack your bags and you have your to-go bag always packed and placed in the vehicle for which you're riding. Because you might spend a day, you might spend 2 days, you might spend 3 days, or the VIP might just decide that he's leaving today or tomorrow, whenever he chooses. The trip is surrounding one person, and only that person, that's the vice president, has got the authority to tell us where we head into next.
I don't think it's fair, Odama. Yeah, in other countries, they will give you the schedule where the programs will be had. Are you guys just hanging around the vice president when you say, let's sleep, you'll sleep, let's go, you'll go because security? If the vice president had a scheduled program in Lofa, a scheduled program in Nima, a scheduled program in Bon, they should inform you guys and say, yes, we'll spend.
Hold on.
And Dama, is he hearing me?
Yeah, I see you. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm done. I think Dama heard what I said. Did you hear me, Dama?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chief.
No, I'm just saying, Dama, I don't think that is, that Richard said, I'm not thinking in too deep with this. I don't know, because how can you just hang around with the vice president when you say, get on, let go, you go, sit down, let's sit down. You got family, right? You got institution, right? Maybe if vice president said, listen, I'm going to be traveling, and I need 5 days, the reporter to come 5. Let's be responsible here now. That Richard isn't a bad question.
That question I'm not sure about because of security reasons. Maybe
why security? To tell the reporter say we're gonna make 3, 4 different stuff.
The vice president doesn't trust the reporters, so he has to keep some things, to himself. However, I do have a question for Diamond to ask the VP, if I can proceed with my question.
You want me to stop you? Then I get in general problem. Go ahead.
Yes. My question, and maybe this was said already, I apologize. I've been busy all day interviewing incoming students, but why Lofa? Why are they building a court in Lofa? I heard from Kanye that, we got low scores on the rule of law, and so the president is now taking the rule of law to the people. But what went into making this determination that the court should be built, new courts should be built in Lofa? Why not Sano? Why not? So that's what I would like to know.
Question. I think the crux of your question is.
Can I respond to that question because I have relevant information?
Let us get the reporter first. When you get up, then with your brother, can you? I beg you. Let's see if Dama get a question. Dama, you say you get a question?
I'm just asking Dr. Richardson to confirm if I heard right. I think your question was why Lofa?
Yes.
Why? What went into determining that Lofa, you guys will build, that the government will build new courts, will build new courts in Lofa?
So according to the Chief Justice, a new court complex has also been constructed in Maryland. and will be dedicated soon. A new court complex has been constructed in Maryland and will be dedicated soon. That's according to the Chief Justice. They also spoke to the issue of upgrading the current building because the resident judge, the circuit judge, spoke to the issue that they did not have residents there. And also the Lofa Legislative Caucus purchased the land that the court is going to be constructed on. The deed was given to the Minister of Internal Affairs and then turned over to the Chief Justice. So I can't speak to the intricacies of why Lofa, but they gave their reasons that Lofa is a part of Liberia, that there are issues with sending the judiciary in Liberia, and the Vice President also acknowledged them that if this complex is being built in Lofa and it costs $3.2 million, the government should include in their budget at least 3 to 5 of these complexes every year across the country. And in 5 years, of budgetary allotment, we'll have these complexes all across Liberia. So I hope I cannot be the one to tell you why Lofa, the judiciary, and the Ministry of Justice can be best to explain why Lofa and why not Lofa.
Yeah, thank you, Diamond, for attempting to answer the question. It's just that maybe I missed this, but I didn't see the elaborate, in my words, groundbreaking ceremony that took place in other places, like you said in Grand Jita, as I'm seeing now. I'm seeing the Vice President going to Lofa. When he went to Grand Jita, was that part of his agenda there? Again, I'll ask why not Kip Mount, where I'm from, or why not Sando? But thank you for saying that you can't go into the cannot go into the intricacy of answering my questions. Thank you, though.
Dama, is there anything else before we let go of you?
I just want to say hi to my brother Moba Kessling. It's been a while. It's been a minute since I saw him. So Moba, it's good to see you on. And he's a fine young man, a very smart, intelligent young person as well. So it's a pleasure to see him on the program. And I look forward to watching the rest of the show.
Dama, thank you very much from Spoon Network. We appreciate. We say thank you. Our greetings whenever you speak to the Vice President. We wish him well. We hope this time around you guys will have the Starlink. Thank you very much, Dama.
Kanye would be expecting a Starlink from you. I thank you.
Well, we don't want Kanye Starlink.
The message you're expecting a Starlink, they said we want it.
Yeah, Starlink, I mean, anyway, they between you're to your own. Look at my brother Councilor Gu is here in Nectar. He just from work, Councilor. It's good to have you. If you see the real Councilor, you see Nectar, you see Washare, you know that real Councilor. Now the Councilors at CDC is spelled in around here. Right.
There you go. I beg you, man. Please don't be parent between my in-law and myself. I beg you.
Yeah. You know what we're picking up, right? I know we're getting into the show. You go to the cohort and you see Councilor and then wearing the nectar, a hat, they sweating, they get out, ratting briefcase in their hand, they're moving. You know, that the only time Councilor and we know. Look at Councilor Lafayette Gu. Let's ask him for a briefcase. I know it's brown. It's always brown and black anyway.
I mean, this time we don't move a briefcase because the word, is more than that now. So people got iPad, all those BB books that people used to throw it around. You don't throw it again. You got your iPad, you got your smartphone.
Well, I saw this guy with briefcase and he throwing book, Arthur Johnson. Now what happened to Arthur Johnson? He's still carrying book and
no, it doesn't mean that we can, but there are some things like if you file a pleading, you're not going to follow the pleading in your phone and so those things you can take it along with you. And you got other things that you do, but normally now most of the judges, lawyers, they have iPad, and all of the laws are already downloaded on those iPads.
That's good.
Just
That's
refer
good.
to them. Yeah, you just refer to
That's
them.
good.
So, anyway, thank you for welcoming me. Let me say good evening to all of you. Yeah, I hope we have a good show. You want me to weigh on the Lofa County Court?
Well, we will do that. Let me bring in Mobile Cassidy T. Wanokal. Guys, welcome to the show. Let's hear you, Mobile Cassidy. Welcome. It's good to see you. Emmanuel George is coming on. We're going to have our brother Russell. The rest of the team will be here. We'll discuss issue of national concern. One of the biggest things today, we saw that the president announced yesterday. I'm on phone ringing. Somebody phone ringing though. Can we mute ourselves? Maybe that ring is like you connected your phone to your computer, your WhatsApp to your computer. That what can happen. But again, I want to say to all of you, the president announced Brian Samuka. He's the chairman of the board of Yellow Machine. I'm not saying that. The president announced it, right? That Richardson, you saw that, right? He's the chairman of the board of Yellow Machine. That Richardson, Samuka. So we discussed that. We discussed the Yellow Machine coming in today. We know that. We're going to discuss Prophet Key, something in the heart of Kanye Barbara. You'll be appearing tomorrow. Spoon will carry life. We'll discuss that. We're going to discuss the FOIA Jeremiah Cohn groundbreaking ceremony. These lawyers are going to tell us the importance to have it in Lofa County. We're going to discuss another project that was given to the president's nephew again, Museum Group. Another project we're going to discuss it again. Every day I will bring all the projects they gave the man, and again we'll still have a conversation. The budget is out. They put the budget out late Friday, early Saturday morning. You know, a lot of discrepancy in the budget, and we'll begin to point to them as to see whether the budget for the Liberian people or for the select few. We're also going to discuss opposition here. We got more information coming up from the opposition wing. We want to say that it will be very, very interesting, guys. Let's have a good show. Boba Cassidy, it's good to see you and welcome to the show.
Thank you, CEO. It is really great to be here. I think the show has a lot of interesting topics. I definitely can't wait to talk about Kanye's dissident actions from the CDC and why he got expelled, essentially. But more importantly, we will, want to weigh in on Prophet Key's issue because we need to look at the historical context of the lack of freedom of speech in Liberia and how Liberians in time past were humiliated and how it contributed to the civil crisis in Liberia, and that Liberians should not take the invitation extended to Prophet Key by the Supreme Court on grounds of contempt as something lightly. We witnessed that with Twan Wule when the Liberian legislature held a 15-minute trial for contempt of the government and had him humiliated, had him clean feces from the Monrovia Central Prison and walk down with feces on his head in the streets of Monrovia. We see the ugly hand of curtailing of that freedom of speech with the Supreme Court's action. So the court wants to protect herself, but she cannot protect the citizens and give the citizens justice. So the ugly hands of history are showing again. But I mean, it's good to be here. I want to contribute to this conversation as much as possible. I want to say hi to Diamond. The respect is mutual. Dr. Richardson, Councillor Good, Councillor Gbala, and the rest of the team. It's great to be here to contribute to the national discourse.
Thank you very much, Nova. Welcome. Our brother T. Wanokai, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stan. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be on. And I definitely cannot wait to discuss the issue that pertains to the key. I know that we'll have the further discussion on it after his hearing tomorrow. I cannot comment much. Stan, somebody bites on his husband. I don't know who that is. But, when Prophet Key leaves the court tomorrow, the post announces, I don't know what will be done here, but we will be able to tell how and to what extent it may have interfered with freedom of speech. We'll see tomorrow after he gets back. You mentioned my dear friend and brother, Kanye Gbala. I seen your post earlier on, Councillor. I cannot wait to discuss further details with respect to what's going on in the CDC. If it is true that you are leaving, homes are here that are welcoming you. And to Dr. Richardson and Councillor Gu, and to my man Stan, it's a pleasure to be on with you guys. I can't wait. Thank you.
Also, so thank you very much. It's good again to have everybody. It's good that you guys joining us. Let's get ready to rumble. I'm going to come to you first, Councillor. We lay some stuff up. Let's just start. We'll keep the Prophet Key issue for a little bit. I want us to now take the time to discuss your issue. They expel you from CDC. Make that a topic number one, and then we'll go down. We also heard that Musa Bedete spoke today that the road in what places that he visited, those roads are beautiful. He have never seen them since his mom found him. And he went on OK FM and he said he applauded the government doing an excellent work. And again, to hear that from Musa Bedete that he have never driven on a dusty road, private road that looks so good for 22 million over, that's something good. And we discussed Musa Bedete statement likewise. But let's talk about what CDC did to you today, Councillor. I know you went over it. We'll give you your 2 minutes. Anything further, we have some questions to ask you, and we'll have to make this part of the discussion today, Councillor. So let me put the letter up. I'm going to put the letter up. This is the letter that Richardson is in the chat room. What is so surprising is that they got caught in Zopeno, Kario Gbala, and Samson Wea. These three gentlemen is saying that they are dissident collaborators. They are rebel leaders. They are secret spies. And this is a strong word. So we're going to get into it, and we're going to open the phone line to ask the Liberian people what they think about CDC kicking these guys out of the party. Councillor, we'll give you the time to talk. You have your 2 minutes, sir.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me? Well, I think even coming back to this topic, it's interesting that you mentioned Musa Bedete's commendation of the government and the nature of the road. Because I recall Senator Zopeno was one of the first persons who pointed out that the road from Saniquele going all the way to Totan had become extremely pliable, and therefore he could leave town in his white suit and go to Zwedru, and therefore the government was working. And he commended the government. That was almost a year ago. 1 year later, Musa Bedete is again commending the government after going through the Southeast. Now, why am I referencing Musa's commendation and linking it with a similar statement made by Zopeno, who is now expelled also along myself? It simply says that these are people, including my own good self, that have espoused views that are bigger than political affiliation. And as I said before, political parties are not just formed to grab state power because they want state power. Political parties are vehicles designed to bring change to a country. And when somebody is in power, the quest is not just so we kick them out. The quest is we want to remove them because we can do better. And if that person is doing better, then patriotic citizens have a responsibility to support that person. In this case, it so happens to be President Boycott. Now I can say maybe the grievous error that I committed was like Zopeno and now like Musa Bedete to say that the road from Nimba going into Zwedru is not pliable. Maybe that is the crime we committed. Maybe the crime we committed is to say that President Boycott is leading responsibly. Maybe the crime we committed is to say that money is coming into the country to develop the country is good for the country. And if that is the crime that we have committed that has necessitated our expulsion in the eyes of the CDC, then so be it, because that is a crime we'll commit again for country. Insofar as the country is put one side, and any political institution, not just the CDC, is put on the other side, Gbala will always choose the country over a political party. That is our commitment. And I believe that every well-meaning Liberian should adopt the kind of position that we have adopted. Parties have a mandate, but the country's mandate is bigger than a party's mandate. That which benefits the country and moves the country forward, we should not shy away from commending it simply because we are members of a political party. And so I wish the CDC well, but as a man of principle, I will continue to stand on principle. And that principle is, based on my assessment, President Boycott is leading well. And insofar as he continues to lead well, a man of principle like myself will continue to support him. I'm also happy that he has seen in me the ability to contribute to his agenda in education in Gbala County by appointing me to the board. And those are the same things we're talking about. And I will do my utmost as a member of the board to continue to move the development agenda of President Boycott forward. So I don't see any addiction here. CDC has not done anything to me personally. I have brothers and sisters, friends in the CDC who will continue to remain my brothers and sisters and my friends. And I'm sure some of them I share similar views about moving the country forward. That is not going to change at all. And we're meeting that camaraderie. But what we will not compromise is the ability to continue to stand for the country. Political parties are not cults. They are not, designed to operate just on the basis of what a few people want. They're designed to be open for dialogue and critique.
Thank you.
So,
let me ask you off the back. Have you received the letter from CDC personally? Have you received the letter?
Well, I think in law we say service can be made in many ways, and Council Gu is here. I'm sure he can run a little tutorial. It can be made by publication. So I have been served, and I interpose no objection to my service. I accept my expulsion because it is made on principle. The grounds for my expulsion, as they have adduced, is because I support President Boycott, and I'm not going to stop.
So you accept that. I'm asking you a straightforward question. Allow us to ask you a question, Councillor, please. Have you
can
received?
ask me a question, but you can't decide how I answer.
Councillor, allow us to ask you a question. Have you received the letter directly from CDC, or you only saw this on Facebook, on social media?
There are many ways a person can be served by law. CDC has served me by publication, and I have received.
Thank you. So you received it by publication. That's fine. We move on. They didn't send it to you by email. They didn't send it to you by text message. Let me finish. Stop interrupting, brother. Let me finish.
But you know why you interrupting me?
But you answered and move on. We got plenty of things to do today, my man. Just be patient.
But you asked me a question you want me to answer.
You answer already. You received by publication.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, so let's move on. Let me move to my next question. Just relax.
Okay,
so you now
answer it too.
Yeah. Let me move to my next question. And now you consider that you have received this. And you move on.
Ask your next question.
Now, Richardson, do you have question in this matter, in this discussion? Do you have any question?
Yeah, I have a question for Kanye about his new role, but I don't know if I don't have a question about E and CDC. I think I joined.
Go ahead. We're kind of taking question now, so it doesn't matter. Go ahead, man.
So I see that you were appointed by the president to serve on the board for Gbala County College. What do you think that you can contribute to the board, and what do you think your role is going to be as a board member?
Well, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Number one, a board member is not a full-time steward of the institution. The full-time steward is the president and his secretariat and vice president who run the institution. Our role is to provide intermittent oversight and strategic direction in conjunction with the chairperson of the board. I'm simply a board member, and to also serve as a rallying point for support for the entity. In that regard, I don't intend to be a day-to-day person who engages, because that will be outside my role. But in that role, I will canvass as much as I can. I'm already thinking about how here in South Africa, I can begin to talk to some universities to form relationships that we can support, our university in Gbala County. And to the extent that I can bring my own learning to bear to improve the learning situation there because of this mandate, we will do so. But it's not a full-time role. It's an oversight role. And that's how I see it. And that's how we intend to contribute along with the others that are part of the board.
Do you have any thoughts on what are you going to be overseeing? And number one, and any thoughts about preliminary strategic plans that you have for the University of Gbala? And my third question to you also is, are you still a centrist? Because my understanding of a centrist, especially in our context, is someone who likes progressive change or any positive change. It could be someone who's in the middle of a left or right thinking. But in our country, we don't have ideology that is strictly left, like conservative or liberal views. So that's my third question to you. Are you still a centrist, or have you moved on to identifying yourself with any political party or any beliefs?
Well, thank you. These are two beautiful questions. On the first one, I'm not wanting to jump the gun. I was only recently appointed. I've been in touch with the president of the university who runs the day-to-day, and we have a conversation pending. I've already told him that I'm on the standby to support him in whatever way. And based on that conversation, we can begin to map out areas upon which we can contribute. My background is in law. So to the extent that that is required in terms of the board operations, we'll bring that to bear. But I'm willing to have that conversation first with other members of the board, as well as the president, before I can make a clear determination as to how I can contribute. But beyond that, just without even engaging us at this point, my position is to say, what kind of support can we attract from outside? Just already, one of our, country women, as we say, had reached out to me. She's very passionate about education, and she reached out to me to say, look, this is something I'm passionate about. I want to see how I can help. That's the kind of role we should be playing. So, without speaking to the president as yet, those are some of the things I'm thinking. On to the second question about whether or not I'm still a centrist, I have not changed. In fact, I think it is my centrist values or aspirations, or the way I've done it, has even led to my expulsion from the CDC, because I refuse to be battled by ideology or by political affiliation when I can clearly see that the country is progressing. Yes, Liberia is now 150%, we know. But I can see clear progression, and I can itemize them, and I can point to them, and I've been able to articulate some of them. My articulation of what has changed and what is right and proper in our country does not take away from my membership of my political, or my previous political party, because I'm no longer a sedition. I've been expelled, and I accept it. I don't contest it. I accept the expulsion, and I'm moving forward, right? But it's because I've chosen to be a centrist. That's why I was expelled, because people just can't tolerate different views. And I'm not just going to change. I stand firm to support President Boakai and his developmental agenda, and I'll remain unwavering in that. And I don't see him changing, and that's not going to change. And my position as a centrist is never going to change. I say to all of the members of the centrist movement that we are not a fly-by-night organization. We are solidly grounded, established, and we'll continue to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Well, let's hear you. Then we'll bring in Councillor Good and T. Warnock.
Thank you, CEO. The right to associate and disassociate from political parties and trade unions is guaranteed under Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution, and I believe it is the right of every Liberian citizen to associate with a political party at any point in time, and he or she also have the right to disassociate when they deem fit. But to pretend and have the public believe that you are in an opposition political party while you are an official mouthpiece of the government is somewhat speaks to a shallow character. And while I may disagree with some of the characterizations outlined in the CDC statement, and while the CDC may have appeared to be very condescending and made statements that do not really fit, someone just leaving your party, I believe Kanye should have been honest with the CDC if he believed the president was doing better than the CDC, and that he's standing in a place where he believed this president is the best president he has seen, like President Weah was just a few years ago while he was still in power. He should have just communicated that with the party. But you cannot use the CDC's name to gain your standing with the United Party. And the CDC kicking him out gives him the leverage. Now he can become the Minister of Information. He can talk about the government as much as he wants to. But yeah, it's good that he can now join the United Party. He's no longer a centrist. He's working for this government. He is a member of this government. He just needs to take his official membership in the United Party. But if he still wants to make himself believe that he is an opposition supporting the president, then even people in the president's government, I mean, he can continue keeping himself like that. But the Liberian people now have the opportunity to see Kanye for who he truly is. Now we can question him when the government fails. We can direct our questions to him because the CDC has taken him out of that umbrella. The CDC, I believe, was providing some level of protection for him because he appeared to be an opposition man in the government. So the CDC may be right to say he was a spy. I mean, who knows? He might have been exposing their political strategies. And I don't know if Akandio can also prove that he's been paying membership due to the CDC that gave him a legal standing. I mean, because it's one thing to say, oh, I'm a member of the party, I've been supporting the party. If you've not paid a penny to support the party, then I mean, how are you doing that? If you are on the radio, you are condemning CDC, you are supporting the president, you are giving Starlink now, to make sure the vice president's messages are going around and not doing the same thing for the CDC. Yes, the party believe they should take a strong action. If this was the ANC, honestly, looking at who we are, maybe we wouldn't have used the languages the CDC used. Maybe we could have had a conversation with.
No, but I get to the question. You have any question? We talk for the time given us. You just want to make your statement, or you have question for Kanye?
I'm just making a comment, but I'm trying to also learn from Kanye, who plays around the questions or the conversation before he comes. And you give him a lot of time.
Yeah, I don't want to manage too. I don't want to manage too, Kanye. I beg you. Get to question.
Okay, so anyway, I'll ask you a question. My question, I 30-second response. I'll give you 2 hours to respond. Can you tell us why you could not just simply tell the Liberian people that you are going to support the United Party and leave the CDC? Why did you believe it was right to pretend to be in the CDC while you are supporting the United Party?
Well, thank you, Moba. I take all of your statements in good faith. I'm at a point intellectually, philosophically, politically, I just step over the day. I don't wrestle in the mud with pigs because I'm aware that any attempt to do so means that no one can distinguish who you are. You just be condemned that you are a pig also. So when dirt is being spewed out, I may say ignorantly, casting doubts on your motivations whatsoever in the manner and form as you've attempted to do more. But I don't follow people into the day. I stay above the fray. I think I've become a mellowed over time to become more, of a Michelian, that when they go low, we go high and we stay there because we don't got to wrestle with pigs, right? But the fact of the matter remains that I've been very unequivocal in my positions. I've never hidden. And I've never used CDC as a cover to do what I do. I've defined myself as a young professional in this country, many, many years of work in the private sector. I worked for 3 years on a CDC. The rest of the close to 20 years as a professional was done in the private sector. So there's no umbrella I'm looking for to protect me. Like I said, in 2005, when we were marching for the CDC, nobody knew us. We didn't have positions. When they were building stand at CDC headquarters, and our contribution were putting zinc over that place, nobody knew us. And the records are there. Mobile Molu is there. Most of the other companies are there. We pay our money into that party. It's not one person party. So I'm not bitter. So at the end of the day, we move on. I don't know why it's becoming an issue for some other people. Right from the beginning, when I made a conscious decision that I will support President Boyka, I stated it. And I remain on point. And I'll be consistent going forward. So those who feel that they can take pot shots, they are welcome. I've never been one to withdraw from engaging. So nothing much has changed, Moba. Glad that you have been recruited into the bandwagon. Try or late try. Others far bigger than you are far, and they've never succeeded.
Moba, thank you very much. We got to run because we got a lot. And Dario, I really want to ask you though, when this whole thing was circulating, right? People try, well, okay, one group in CDC say, you don't let the man go. We'll force Kanye out. Because I think maybe I'm wrong. The game plan to force you out. allow you to go ahead and resign. A letter came out. I want you to address this weekend letter. And the back and forth, like you posted in our chat room, you didn't write any letter. So I want you to speak to the audience tonight. You posted on your page also. Was it a trap? They wanted to present that you resign, or what was happening, Kanye? Because it was signed, somebody forced your signature, and to be frank though, something begot something yet. You think they were trying to set you up and allow you to say, I best, I quit, I'm leaving, but now you didn't fall for the bit and they came out today. I know the sedition will come, you got 1 year, semi-sedition, Gibson Jeru. He would talk, he's a semi-sedition. But let's hear you, Kyle. Seriously, I want to know, you think they were entrapping you?
No, I don't think they were entrapping me, because if they know me, like I know them, right, they will know that such things do not entrap me. What they attempted to do was to make it seem, it was a legitimate attempt that failed, to make it seem that I had resigned and to present me as somebody who was currying favor, and because the president made me somebody on a board, that I was resigning because of that. That was the attempt. But I am a public intellectual and I know the game just as they are. I'm on top of information just as they are. And that's how a letter asserting or alleging my resignation was released in 5 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Liberian investigators have published a story on that letter. In 15 minutes, DN News and all the other online news were carrying a letter that I had resigned, citing all kinds. It was a coordinated plan. But I immediately engaged them. I sent Leonard a message right away. I said, you and I are on WhatsApp. If I resign, you don't confirm for me. The only person who confirmed was Clarence, who called me, who sent me a message that night and said, have you actually resigned? I said, no, it's fake. So I think it was generally designed because they wanted to call my credibility into question. The fact that I was effectively rebuffed by those who wanted to make me appear like I was somebody with a lack of credibility, forced them to go back and say, but then let's expel him. And I know how the meeting went. Somebody called me from the meeting last night. They called me and they were even deliberating up to this morning. They are not agreed on my expulsion. Because there were a lot
let
of
me
people.
tell you that. Let me tell you that. And I will interrupt you, Kario, because I know
but let me end. You asked me a
Kario,
question.
wait, man. Kario, wait. I can say this on this show. Kario,
just for me all.
Kario, that I would do the show. I can't let you to talk plenty. Here's the issue here. And what I'm saying why I'm interrupting you is because it's true. A group in CDC saying no. One more than the big group was saying no, you don't expel Kanye. I know that. I spoke to some of them. The game plan was let Kanye walk out by himself, Dr. Richardson. If you expel Kanye, then it will create that room to say, you know what, CDC fell to Kanye game. But then what you are saying is true. No, I mean, I'm telling you what people are saying, but what you are saying also, it's taking us back to the conversation that as of this morning, they were forced to come up with this decision. Also, to add, the vice president program in Yucatan yesterday, I think it was yesterday or Saturday, the vice president program in Yucatan was something where say, like Dama said, I will support Jeremiah Kwankun, I'm supporting Joseph Yima Bwaka. It was also a cut-off situation for CDC. And I'm hearing more than something we have from Sando County. I'm hearing senator. I'm hearing other representative will go and give the pledge to the Unity Party government. Kayo, when I interrupt you because I want to squeeze some things in, are you hearing this thing? Do you think because something we have statement led them to include him on that paper as well and add you to kick you guys out of the party?
Well, I can attempt to say I know why they are expelling something we are, because again, I don't even want to go into the merits, because if it were the merits, expulsion under our constitution has a certain pathway. But I know I'm not dealing with people who are acting rationally at this point in time. These are people acting sentimentally, devoid of the rule of law. So I won't engage with it from that. All I can say is that I've accepted my expulsion and I'm continuing on my merry way. And I remain consistent in supporting President Boycott. How can you reconcile this CEO very quickly? Reconcile this, right? Last night you claimed that I had resigned and I had written a letter to the party chairman, Janga Kowo, right? To claim that means Janga Kowo had received a letter from me that I had resigned. Then the next day, the same man who you claim I wrote a letter to and resigned writes another letter expelling me. But if I have resigned, why are you expelling somebody who has resigned because I've already left? It's a state of confusion. But again, like I said, you know, I have no pogrom or animosity against the CDC as a party. I have brothers and sisters in that party that will continue to remain brothers and sisters, but I will not compromise my objectivity on the altar of partisan courtesy or loyalty. I will not do that. What is right will be said. And I support President Boycott, and I'm unflinching in my support, and that will not change.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanyo. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to wrap on Kanyo, and this CDC letter is very big, but we'll give everyone the chance. Let me bring in Councilor Gu. Councilor Gu, I see you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Let me say good evening to my fellow panelists. And look, I don't have a question for Kanyo, just a comment. I think for me, Kanyo has gone long time. Kanyo left the CDC long time. This is just a belated, decision. I would have thought that my brother would have resigned for me. Because Liberian politics, I mean, even around the world, there's no way you can be in a political party, one political party, and then you openly supporting the regime, and then you say you stay. No, that's not it. Centrism works when you're in an institution, when you are in an institution and you have a balance on both sides, where you will give opinion that will benefit the good of the institution from both sides, whether it's left or whether it's right. So my brother left long time, he was gone. And maybe he had been waiting for the expulsion. He did not want to resign. For me, I would have thought that he would just resign, be clear, resign, and leave. I mean, I'm a witness. I mean, I'm a witness to myself. When I decided to leave, to be supporting government, policies or so, and then at the same time also to balancing it with with objective criticism, I decided to walk away from politics and say, well, I resign. I moved from my political party. So I'm a free citizen and I give my view. So I thought that my brother would have done the same, because Kanye is a brilliant young man, respecting, very articulate. He can serve in any administration and he will be very, very good in articulating his policies. But to have the conflict of interest involved and say that I'm still a member of the CDC, but I support President Boycott when CDC wants power, I didn't see that happening with the Unity Party. Because one person almost made that mistake in the Unity Party. The current senator, the current superintendent of Monserrado County, what's his name? If he was sleeping, anybody can remind me. But what the body? The current superintendent of Monserrado County was working at the city hall. It just was in Koji. And at one point in time, he was like, trying to give full support to the, to the government, at that certain point in time, he called himself, and he came back to himself. And he did not continue, and then he went back to the party into active, opposition life. So I would have thought that my brother would have done the same. But again, well, probably that's how he tried to play it, and that's it. But I wish my man were. My man is capable of doing great things. But I thought he was. I feel that he should resign.
Do you think the decision taken by CDC is a unique one as a party, as an organization? I'm asking you, Councilor Gu.
Yeah, but I think CDC said maybe they took too long. Okay. They took too long to tolerate Kanye, because Kanye was clear. We all on the show, we were Liberians. Kanye was clear. Kanye was now the person who would buy him. And when Kanye takes a position, he takes it. That's him. So he takes a position to support the government. He takes that position. When he takes a position to support the opposition, he will take it. And he had already made it clear that he was supporting the government. So you have been going ever since by the party. I don't even sign all the parties who are even taking the decision earlier. But again, that's the same thing. But I wish my boy well. I know when Kanye takes a decision, he takes a position, he takes it, and he will defend it to the fullest. Now,
Thank you.
Kanye is
Thank you.
the regime.
Thank you.
Let me see.
Let
Support for the regime, which I respect him for.
Again, thank you very much. T, let's hear you quickly on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Stan. Councilor Gbala, I want to say thank you for being a strong man. Our relationship goes back more than 25 years with mutual respect. We went to school in the same city here in Liberia and the same city in the United States. And I have tremendous amount of respect for you. I know it's mutual. What the CDC tried to do to you, or perhaps what it did to you, is that they could not tolerate your objectivity. They could not stomach the idea that you, as a part of them, have decided to be somewhat different, to be able to applaud the government when you see right things being done. CDC could not stomach it. So they had a lot of people who decided to antagonize you. They decided to play with your name that you've built from when we went to school at Don Bosco Polytechnic, through the years when you came and met me in Ohio, and you came back here and you built your name. They try to rub your name in the mud. Something you say here tonight that I really like. You say, I don't dance in the mud with pigs. I'm not saying anybody's pig, but I like that. So thank you so much for being a strong man, for being a brave man. Those of us who really know you, when these guys try to play with your name, we'll send 1 or 2 messages out there and say, we know Kanye. I was not happy, to be honest with you, when you joined the CDC and you were that mouthpiece. Because I'm like, damn, what's going on with my man? I wish you could. But again, that was your decision. You were a professional man. But now the idea that you decided to leave them, they struggle with it. They say, how can this brilliant lawyer, a very high-profile intellectual, this man who is a neo-progressive, representation of modern man, how can he decide to leave us? CDC could not stomach it. And they struggled with it for several months. And it came to a boiling point, and they said we had to let it go. So thank you. My question to you now is, since it is for country that you decided to join or to support the Unity Party and President Bouakar's agenda, if the need be, in the coming months and years, if it becomes necessary for the sake of country, will you also join the Unity Party and just rub in CDC face really good? Will you consider that?
The man Unity Party is already back.
CEO, what mobile? Do you know the rules on the show? Anyway, so my brother T, okay, thank you for the kind words. I greatly appreciate them. And like you pointed out, the feeling is absolutely mutual. In spite of all we've done, I think my disposition has always been, I just see myself as an ordinary person trying to make my own little mark on the world. I don't exalt myself. And one of the reasons I was clearly attracted and I invested my time, energy, and money in the CDC was because I believe in an agenda that was purely masses oriented. I could have joined many other political parties along the way, but I started off in the CDC, and there's a reason why I did that. But anyway, that's water under the bridge. Like I said to the CEO, I've accepted my expulsion, and I am moving forward. But your question on, the question of joining a party, look, we are building a centrism movement, and I support the president. I have no intention of joining the Unity Party. Absolutely no intention of joining the Unity Party. I'm a centrist, and I will allow those values to continue to shine in the nature of how we contribute to society. I'm following President Boakai. Like I said, I sat with him, I listened to him, I look in his eyes. I know he means well for this country. I sat with Vice President Kun. I also believe that he is somebody who can help to change this country. And I will support them with everything so that we can help and improve governance and development in our country. That is not to say that everything is going to be rosy. We know that there will be some pitfalls here and there. There will be some, dotting of the I's and, crossing of T's that were not happening properly. But on the general, when we average that, we all can agree. Even the CEO said it in December. He confessed himself that things have improved. However, his concern was we want more. And I believe that more will come. So I remain very fixed in that position. I have zero intention of joining Unity Party. It's not one of the things on my bucket list. But one of the things that will not change is my support for the president, the vice president, for the Unity Party-led government, because that's the government they lead that is bringing development to our people. But thank you for the kind words, my brother. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you. Gibson, let's hear you. Jacob Gbala, Conagray, all of you welcome. We'll hear you guys. We have Musa Benedict Rope conversation to discuss. We have the LRA project, the Lofa project. We have Prophet Key and the Supreme Court. There's a video out there, you know, around the FDA community asking water and sewer to build and connect them to the central pump, and they are saying that Moadi and the Labrador Water and Sewer requested $81,000 to connect them. We are investigating, and we'll discuss it. Also, we're going to talk about new projects that is coming up in this government and new changes, if there are any. Brother Gibson, let's stick with Kyle. Here we are today, and Kyle making a nice argument that he has accepted to be kicked out of CDC finally. Gibson.
Well, thank you very much. And Kanye, thank you for accepting the expulsion. Look, let me just say this. The CDC does not take expulsion of its members kindly. It is not a pleasure for the CDC to expel any of its members. And Kanye attested to the fact that there was a lot of discussion in the CDC of whether Kanye should be expelled or not expelled. They allowed. Go. So they allow.
Let me take you off. We come back to you. You okay? All right. Let's come back to him. Jacob, let's hear you. I think. Let me see. He says he's okay. Jacob, hold on. Are you okay, Brother Gibson?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you confirm that it was a difficult decision for the CDC to make to expel him? That's true, can you? That is what CDC is. They don't take the expulsion of their member kindly. They don't take it lightly. Before they expel the member, there must be evaluation. There are people who dissent to it, and they have to convince the NEC, the National Executive Committee. And I tell you, first of all, there are too many CDCians who disagree with CDC today that have not been expelled because they discuss the issues on an objective level. But if you go out and begin to denigrate the party that you say you spend money for, you denigrate a party that you say you love so dearly, you denigrate a party and their officials that you said you supported, then you cross the line. You can disagree with the CDC, and CDC is a pro-democratic grassroots party that I know I can sit down and name about 10 CDCians who disagree with CDC every day, but they have not been expelled. I tell you something, President Weah spoke quite recently, and that statement he made sums up what he believes. And you know what he said? This is what he said. He said, he was talking to his follower. He said, you should understand the politics. Even your enemies, you should sit with them and discuss. That's the President Weah that I'm talking about here. Do you think CDC take it lightly to the expelled George Solo? Do you think CDC took it lightly to expel Senator Zopeno? Do you think CDC take it lightly to expel Gbala, Councilor Gbala? But these decisions are taken because the way some of you, look, I have had problem with George Solo, his expulsion. I also have problem with Zopeno. I also have a problem with you, Kanyo, and you and I, we have exchanged information, text. And I'm not going to go into that here. I told you some stuff. You told me some stuff. We didn't go into deep other stuff. But I told you, if you support a political party and you want to be a centrist, you can discuss issues on an objective level. But you cannot denigrate the party in your words. Look at what you said today. You can't sit or you can't be in a pen with a pig. Who are the pig? CDC? Even on your way out, you are still insulting sedition, calling them pig. And someone like Wanake, who is from the United Party, is celebrating that you call sedition pig. This is an abhorrent situation, an abhorrent attitude. And let me just tell you one thing. The day there's something we call, and I will say that, is we call a confirmation by omission. Your actions. When the letter came out that you resign, Kanyo, you did not clarify openly. You did not go on social media and say, I know nothing about this letter. It was late before you begin to tell people that, yes, I did not participate in it. It becomes confirmation by omission. So the CDC will sit duck and see letters flying out there, and you conjecture that it was sedition who wrote it, and they will sit down and say, okay, Gbala is resigning from the party while they are discussing your fate, and then you issue a letter appears that you are resigning, and they'll just say, Doc. No, things don't happen like that. So we have to, for Zopeno have been going and coming. We go for primary, he refuses to take the primary, and then he goes independent. Then when things get better, then he comes back. I don't have problem with Zopeno, but look, people like you, I respect you as a spokesperson of the CDC. You can go ahead and say all the central things you want to say, but at any point in time, if you begin to denigrate the party in any way, shape, and form, you are risking being expelled. But CDC love you. George loves you. And he said, if you are enemy, he can sit with you and talk to you. But you just insulted the whole CDC today. You can't sit with him.
I want to give Kyle the chance to see whether that's exactly what he meant, though. All right.
But stand on. I'll let him speak. To be honest, if you are talking about your expulsion and you say you cannot sit with the pigs, who are the pigs you're talking about? You are on your way out and you are insulting the entire party, all their leaders and everybody. So he can respond to that. But I'm glad that it is safer, and he has his right to go and join the. I see he say he will not join the Unity Party. He has the right to support President Bouakai. He has the right to support the work of the vice president. The other day, I agree with the vice president. Stanton, you were right here. And I said,
we got to move, Kanyo. Is there any way you want to address this speak in the Malset comment that you made, if I'm putting it right?
Well, thank you, CEO. I think you got it right. I think in his quest to continue to ingratiate himself with the CDC that he is yet to join, he keeps dragging, he will join. Every day I come into CDC, he can't reach. Big brother Jeru wants to start running propaganda. But no, I did not refer to seditions as pigs. In fact, in my statement here, I said, look, I have a lot of brothers and sisters in the CDC, and my relationship with them is not going to change. How will I classify people as my brothers and sisters, and I refer to them as pigs? But you are a student of, or I should say, your vocation involves dealing with words, and learning. And I would have hoped that you would have understood that when people say that they can wrestle with pigs, the aphorism that is being pointed out there, that I will not do dirt, it is not to be taken literally. But I think you know this, but your only intent is to say that I'm insulting sedition, so you will refuse to acknowledge that you understood what I was saying when I say I'm not going to get in the pit with pigs. As to denigrating CDC, we need to be careful about the way we use words, big brother. When I say that the road to Grand Jeddah is now paved, and when I leave Gantor and I get to Grand Jeddah in 3.8 hours, and JMB has done that, that's denigrating CDC again. When officials of the NEC, of the CDC, routinely insulted me for months on end, where was some of you to come out and say, why are you insulting the man simply because he commended the government? So are we saying that people should come and insult Musa Belete too? Because he just came from the Southeast. He's a major opposition leader. And he's giving the government plaudits. So we should all insult him too. So I'm waiting for them to insult Musa too. So denigration does not mean when you acknowledge what is positive about the government. Go look at all my posts. There's never been a point in time where I've ever said anything about CDC. It's CDC people who have been passing around trying to insult me, and I've ignored them because, like I said in my aphorism, that I will not get into the mud with pigs, because to get there would be to get it myself. So I hope I made that clear. I did not refer to CDC as pigs. I will never do so. I will not.
Thank you very much, Kayo. Let me announce that we're trying to connect with.
I will continue supporting President Boyka.
We're going to be connecting with Samson Weir. We're going to be connecting with Samson Weir. I think that's the name, the representative Samson Weir. I want to welcome Dr. Rudolph, my friend Monsieur Beauplay. It's good to have you. Let's welcome Dr. Emmanuel George on the show. Conor Gray, 1 minute. Let's play the Samson Weir video. We'll hear from you, Conor Gray, and then we'll try to call the representative Samson Weir. This is Samson Weir. I think this is it, right? Yes.
So to make it clear, you can have a family that pray for children to be blessed. Then you see the blessing coming among brothers. Then you want to be a brother who will go and fight that brother. So His Excellency, I'm in support of the Joseph Nima Boyka presidency. The fact that you are a DNA brother as Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. My role is to always pray for you, that God continue to bless you. And my role is to make sure that at the legislature, we do what is needful to make sure that this government continue to do the best for the Liberian people.
Well, maybe that's me, and we'll bring in Representative Samson Weir, but let's hear you, Conor Gray. The shift have begun. People are shifting. I beg you, it's your time. Jacob, let's say then we'll go to Conor
Jacob, you met me here, man. I will be your time.
No, go ahead. I don't have a lot to say, so
that's fine. Let's go to Conor Gray. Conor Gray, the shift have begun, though. People are shifting. 3 years to come, 3 years to go. But here we are. The shift have begun, and they are expelling. Kanye gone, Zopeno gone. Samson Weir will be speaking to us tonight. Let's hear you quickly. If he called, I have to interrupt you, Conor Gray. So let's hear you.
All right, Senator. One of the fears we had initially, where you see someone can gravitate to certain political parties, is a level of tolerance. If they can expel their own, somebody like Kanye Gbala, who was the chief campaign person, how much more me? I don't see myself ever in CDC, because they don't encourage other people to join them, no matter what you do. Now, let me give you a history about Madam Sally brought in Mr. Cummins as an eminent person on the BWI board. Madam Salif went to work and gave him one of the highest awards, the humanitarian award. Madam Salif brought in Mr. Weir to work for the people of Liberia. Madam Salif brought in the gentleman, our man Samuel Twe, worked in there at finance. You understand? Nobody said when you join the CDC, the Unity Party, by extension, you are against the CDC. It's that mentality
that is not healthy for our collective welfare as a people, especially when we're talking about reconciliation. If you see somebody in another party as an arch enemy, definitely these are the kind of characteristic that you're going to be juxtaposing. That you either for them or you're against us, or for us or you're against them. You know, that kind of mentality sometimes it does not encourage people to look their way in terms of our membership. I mean, come on. Of all people, Kanu Gbala is expelled. What about Conor Gray? If I want to go, if I was seeking a job somewhere and then I was seeking something, then the CDC, of course, has declared some of us as arch enemy number one. You know, but let me ask you this, Mr. Gbala. This is your second time leaving the CDC. First time you went to the Liberty Party. Now you are with the, you know, you left the CDC at that time and then you came back. Now, this government is in position, of course. I marvel the government that will bring in people who see politics in a different dimension. I will marvel them. I mean, I admire them for that. That's what we call citizenship. But you are centrist. What do you hope to do this centrism? Mr. Weir gets in power or somebody else gets in power. Would you avail yourself, or this has become you know, the rod that struck the camel's spark? That's my question.
Well, thank you very much for, the kind words in your question. I think for me, I don't think this is like a straw that's breaking the camel's back, to use your own words. I think these are, democratic happenings. They happen all the time. People disagree. The CDC disagrees with what I am doing, but I'm convicted in what I do. It's patriotic. It's for the movement of the country. And so we can part ways, and we've parted ways. Before, when I left the CDC, and there are many things that we have not spoken about in our respect, and out of a sense of respect, I don't deal with that. There were very solid ideological basis for why I left. And those who know why I left know the reason why I left. I'm not somebody who takes a position on flimsy ground. The records are there on why I exited at that point in time. So I don't think it's symptomatic of anything more than what it was at that point in time, which was an ideological decision. Going forward, I remain a centrist. I support the president. I support the vice president. It's good for the country. We ought to be in a position where leaders, when they do what is right by the country, that they can get our support. It shouldn't be rooted just in, as I've said before, which party I'm a part of or which way would I benefit. No, it shouldn't be about that. It should be about the country. And in that regard, I'm going to remain very consistent in my centrism. One of the reasons why I feel that it was good that this position I've taken is that, look, for many years, I was a champion of the CDC cause. No one questioned what I said, especially from within the CDC at the time that I was a champion of the CDC cause, right? And even after I began to acknowledge what President Boyga was doing, I never insulted or denigrated the CDC. All I did was to highlight the good that President Boyga was doing. That's when I came on fire. So I'm in good company. People of conscience have always been in positions like mine. What is important is that history will respect us because we take such positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's bring you in and let us narrow this thing down. We got a lot, and you guys making kind of famous. Yeah, you're making me angry. You're asking all the questions.
Yeah.
He's a professor now, talking about a good question. Good question. What kind of nonsense is that? A good question. Where can you run away? Jacob, let's hear you. Jacob, what happened? All right, the internet messing Jacob up. Let me bring it down to Boble. That Boble, you want to squeeze it? I beg you, let's start promoting Cairo now. That good question here hitting my head. That Boble, welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening to all of my friends, fellow panelists, to Liberians and friends of Liberia everywhere who listen, watch, keep listening, keep watching, keep engaging, keep sharing the show. You know, two elections ago, Stanton, I was in Ghana with a friend who had left his job in New York and came to Ghana to take up a job in charge of the aviation unit. We're having dinner, and it was right after the election. And he said to me, he said, we voted against our party. I said, who's we? He said, me and a huge chunk of persons who voted against our party. I said, why? He said, because the party promised to improve the water situation for the residents of Accra and surrounding areas, and they failed. So they became like a Tea Party group and they made a statement. Nobody expelled them from the party in Ghana. I find it very interesting that in our politics, we're always expelling people. Listen, political party is a people's movement, and elections are won by people. If Kyle say he likes what President JMB doing and he supports that, fine. If the man's views are popular, keep him in your party. Because if he runs for office, all the people that like what he was saying, they might vote for him. But as soon as he says something different, you expel. I think the expulsion is an interesting thing because ours is not a value-based politics. So since it's not value-based politics, at least let's keep it issue-based. And if it's issue-based, then the man can agree with this and disagree with that. I personally don't have a problem. You can put his support wherever. I always like to support the government, and the reason is simple. Because most of the nation's resources stand in the public sector. The public sector is the government sector. And the people who make the policy will affect our lives, especially the poor people in this country. So we challenge them when they're wrong, and we support and compliment them when they're right, and we pray for the best outcome. You can still be in your party and do that. It's not mutually exclusive. You can do both. So, you know, those who want to support. Those who want to just stand, put a stake in the ground, say oppose, fine. But we can't be in total stalemate every 6 years. We got to move. And I think our politics too got to mature, because this thing about opposition means oppose. That's quite frankly political immaturity. We got a nation that we have to build, and it takes all of us, opposition, imposition, all of us got to come together and try to build. And so, you know, I applaud Kanye for doing what he do. I support the president, I support the government. I want this nation to move forward, so my poor brothers and sisters, fellow citizens, can be in a better place 4 years from now.
Dr. Gbala, did you support Joe government?
I didn't vote. I wasn't in Liberia.
No, I didn't ask you whether you voted for George Weah. I said, did you support Joe Weah government?
When you say support the government, I'm not sure what you mean, because throughout the time I was always coming home, bringing people, we're doing economic empowerment seminar, we're investing in young people. We had actually 39% on scholarships. I've always been an investor in the human capital of Liberia. Let me just say this, Stanton. I love George Weah. I felt like he came from humble beginnings and he represented a popular movement. I think once he became president, he lost his way. But I always supported Liberian initiative. I'm a big supporter of that.
You openly say you're supporting this government, when you wish the government well. 6 years under George Weah, did you ever say that to anyone, that you're supporting George Weah government and you're wishing the government well? That's always
been my disposition. 6 years ago, I would not listen. Let me answer the question.
No, I said thank you.
Yeah. 6 years ago, I was not sitting on a platform like this where we were speaking and thousands of people were listening. But I always have been a supporter. My brother worked for George Weah. He was one of his advisors. I always support because I want the government to do right by the people.
Your brother worked for Joe Weah, so he's supporting the government. I family Tina. Are you supporting the government?
No.
You just support Joe Weah through your brother when you went for family near?
Be serious, man. CEO, be serious.
No, I'm serious, though. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
When you say your brother work for John,
Okay, listen.
I'm not asking
listen.
about that.
So listen. So when you come to Liberia, as many times that I used to come, sometimes 4 or 5
No,
times a year.
I'm not going to be asking you my question because
no. And when you come to Liberia and you support what Liberians are doing, including what the government doing, to me that's patriotic. I've never
Thank
been.
you very much, Dr. Black. Listen, if I tell you who sent me the question to ask you, then you will get back. But anyway, let me not tell you who asked me to send you that question. Jacob Gbala, welcome to the show. We have Kanyo. We're going to close up with Emmanuel Josh and make progress. We got a lot to talk about today. Jacob, there you go. You have said you left CDC too, so I want to really hear from you because you openly left CDC also.
Yeah. So, yes, I was on a few minutes ago, and then we had power outage, so I had to get my generator on. So that was responsible for that. So first of all, see, my style, my model of public discourse is to avoid playing the man and not the ball. Meaning, I don't like the personality game. Because for me, I think that is a waste of oxygen, to focus on individual and personalities. I think, like you said, there are more pertinent issues, more important issues that we could be discussing. I think that Kanyo exercise his democratic right, to hold a particular view, a perspective. This is a free country. People have the right to hold on to a particular view and to take any direction or travel they feel legitimate as far as they are concerned. So he exercised his right. And I also think the CDC exercised her right as a political party to expel Kanyo. So I think it is a parting of the way between the two between the two forces involved here. But again, in terms of maybe what my views is in terms of how Kanyo could have done it better, again, it's hard to pass judgment because Kanyo is in his own context. He has his own analysis he can make. I don't think I'm in a position to judge his program or his direction or the way he does something. I mean, we all have our own different way. For me, of course, I joined the CDC and I had a few expectations as a very, very politically active person. At a particular time, I felt that my expectation was misaligned with the direction of the party, the travel of the party, and I parted happy ways. I moved on, I resigned, and I moved on and I joined the CMC. I make no palaver, I make no fuss. That's not my tactics. And I'm a man who operates with courage and clarity. If I want to move, I move. I thought that I want to move, and I move on and join the CMC because I think the CMC represents something that's aligned with what I want to do at this particular time, and I hold no malice to the CDC. And I think the guys in the CDC have a great deal of respect for me, and I also respect the historical political tradition of the party. But of course, I like to cut dry. I like to move on clearly. And Kanyo thought that his tactics was different, so. Yeah, I don't want to come and judge anyone. Yeah, I think CDC was right as well as Kanyo was right to move on. And I want to talk and participate in other dialogue, that will be more focused on the advance of the country.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you. I mean, that's well said because you say you left CDC. One of different conditions, different time you left CDC. We don't know why. You woke up one morning, you say you're a CMC member. So it's like, anyway, you and Kanyo look alike anyway. Let me bring in Emmanuel George. Dr. George.
Look alike? No, but no. You see, Kanyo already ate like 1 hour. Kanyo already ate like 2 hours. So
I'm telling you, 2 hours on the show. 2 hours you ate. Yeah, that's true. Let's move on.
You all the time today.
Yeah. The man looking like celebrity now. Let's move for you, right? Jacob, Emmanuel.
What is that getting down back with me today, boy?
I agree with Jacob. Even 2 hours on the show, we gotta move on now. But if we kick you out, no problem. Emmanuel, let's go ahead. Let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, I remember the song from Sarafina, Freedom is coming tomorrow. Hey, my brother Kanyo, congratulations, man. You know, made news. Look, since Machiavelli wrote his thesis, Challenging Ethics in Politics, we have been able to reach the stage that there's no morality in politics. I know people can argue and beat about it. They Machiavelli made very clear to us, politics is about interest. And we shouldn't sit and believe that there is a strong moral bond when we get into politics, even though we all want it to be in politics, but at the level it's not. So we have spent, you guys have spent a lot of time discussing our dear counselor, Gbala, and his movement. Now, the man has the right to his choice. If Kekula Kpoto used to say that when you get dry bread, you look for butter. You don't go look for another man that got dry bread. You gotta look for somebody that get butter. You go to that's where you get the bread get work. So, he served various parties and he has moved on. We should congratulate Councillor Gbala. That's his decision. And hopefully people will understand it. Look, we have to reach to a stage in politics where we believe that at certain levels, ideology, especially the kind of political party we have, that people, the way we join political party in Africa and in Liberia to be particular, we join political party not based on ideology. We join political party not based on the manifesto. If we call 20 members from any political party, sit them down and tell me what the manifesto of your political party, I can assure you that not two of them will know it. So we don't go on that level. So that's the reason why it's very easy, extremely easy to flip. And CDC will not be the first one if expelling Kanye. The Unity Party expelled the president of the Republic, the former president of the Republic of Liberia from the party. So we are sitting here on the station thinking that, then what happened, CDC is not. No, the Unity Party did it. They expelled the former president of the Republic of Liberia from the political party. So again, Kanye, congratulations on your new work. But let me tell you, my brother, it'll be difficult for us to believe you're centric. That's what the problem would be. So you just now got to turn around and say, look, I would have paid 4 times because
I've been saying it being
Let me say this. Let me say that while we move on,
the neutral-centric position will be difficult for us to buy that other face, my man.
Dr. George, let me say this. I do believe that I'm going to end on this. We got to move on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to Kanyo, and the rest of the CDC that talk about the kicking Kanyo out. Kanyo, you are free to fly, my friend. I believe you're centric. Seriously, I do. We can laugh, we can joke. I believe you're centric. You hold your own principles. That's unique. For any reason, anybody think different, I like what Dr. George said. Unity Party expelled Madam Salif and some other folks. ANC suspended Fubi when it came to the aid. We heard that they were about to expel him. Then the checkout, he resigned. Everybody have their own problem. Every party have their own problem, right? CMC that have just funded, they expel some of the members too. Jacob Jala Party, CMC. So these things are regular things in political party. But we wish you well. And thank you for being part of SPON. You are one of our colleagues. It's our right to protect you, to each his own. I believe because of this conversation, all sedition didn't show face today. So I don't know. One day they will explain why. But I say, listen, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God bless you joining through. Whether you declare your intention to join Unity Party is up to you. If not, to each his own. We remain independent. You remain eccentric. Dr. Richardson at CMC, Jacob Jallard at CMC, Dr. Bople supported Joe before he's supporting the party today. He's another century with his own belief. Conor Gray, I don't know. You got ANC member here, and you got former ALP, Lafia Good. So it's all good. We are all from one banana tree, and we wish you well, brother Kanyo. Bye.
I totally agree with you, CEO. I agree with you. The man can be there about friend David Coty, friend of the president.
Yeah. That's how it is. And, we wish you well. But let me play this, right?
Come on, get too sharp.
We got to talk about Prophet Key quickly. I beg you guys, quickly. Let's talk about Prophet Key. So Prophet Key will be going to, I beg you, but let's do it. I beg you, Lafayette Good. I beg you, the man will be going there tomorrow, but don't say no. He will be going to the courthouse tomorrow. Kanyo, I want to give you the chance. I beg you, man, 1 minute quick, because we totally press against time. What do you think? You are very strong. You raised this on Saturday. We beat on you, and the Chief Justice spoke today. But let's hear you quickly, Kanyo.
Well, thank you, CEO. Very quickly, can you hear me?
You good?
I come to this particular conversation about Prophet Key from a morality standpoint, about the need for us to regulate society in a certain way so that our children and just the moral fiber of society is protected. And we have laws on the books for that particular reason. In the US, for example, they have an entity called the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. And the US is a bastion of free speech. But that commission has a responsibility to regulate the type of speech that is put out there. They don't allow obscene language. Certain types of language that are vulgar are limited to particular audiences and so forth. And they classify speech in a certain way. People are arguing today that the question of Prophet Key being summoned is an infringement on free speech. But as with every right, there are limitations. Even the right to free speech does not entitle you to behave disorderly. And I believe the kinds of words that Prophet Key uses publicly, people like Yeke and others should not be allowed to be using that kind of language publicly because it's contaminating our society. And consistent with law, even if it were not about contempt or court, I think Prophet Key can be held on disorderly conduct because the penal code specifies what disorderly conduct is. Using obscene language that is repugnant to society is there in law. So at the end of the day, I let him go before the court. But if I have my way, and if I were the Chief Justice and the other justices sitting on bank, and I was presiding over this matter is not a free speech matter. Nobody will make it seem like punishing Prophet Key for obscene language and for contempt of court is an infringement on free speech, because it isn't. It is about protecting the sanctity of society, and that's what laws are created to do. And I believe the court will be in the right position to punish him, consistent with its own rules and consistent with the law, and there will be no constitutional violation whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me tell you, Councillor Gould, before Dr. Richardson weigh in. Councillor Gould, what do you think, though? What was your view on this?
So the matter is before the High Court. The High Court have called Prophet Key in to show reason why he cannot be held in contempt of court for statements that he made against the Chief Justice and in extension the judiciary of the Supreme Court. So I would not want to delve into the why. I don't want to delve into what he's going to present. I don't want to delve into the rules or the laws that the court is relying on. I want him to go to the court tomorrow and tell the court why he thinks that insulting the Chief Justice is nothing that he should be held in contempt for. Why he thinks that accusing the Chief Justice and members of the bench of being the people he said they are, there's not a ground to hold him with contempt. So I'm not going to help him now. Yeah. So I will leave it as it is. Let him go to the court tomorrow, and we'll all follow, because normally, this is the higher court. There's a higher court, and that's why you see most time I don't like to delve into the merits, because to enter here and start saying this is the only corner, the other one. You're going straight into the merits of the case when the case is sub judice.
But we have to ask you. If you choose not to answer, then maybe Kyle can answer us. We have to ask you.
No, I'm just saying to you, you have the right to ask me, and I have the right to respond in the way that I'm responding, so that the public will understand that the position that I'm taking. That's all. So
Thank you.
That's it.
Let me ask you, because it's only fair. That's what we're on this show, right? The question people want to bring forth, Dr. Richie say, and everybody know, right? Prophet Key, what actually, who Prophet Key and what he does. We are not endorsing Prophet Key, Dr. Richie say. Whenever he coming on phone, we say, my man, you cannot insult, and he respect our view, and we respect his position. But when he on his show, he said words are meant to be used. But let's be fair. The Chief Justice today, our Papa Justice, Chief Justice Bese, he been hearing Prophet Key. Prophet Key been insulting before. Judy Andy, right, to complain to the court. He was Associate Justice at the time. What did he do? Couldn't he then intervene? It only happening now because don't shake your head, Counselor. We are on the national TV. We will give you your time. I make you first, Counselor. Couldn't he then intervene?
I'm not just approving your point.
Sorry to call him Counselor. But couldn't he intervene then to say this is wrong? Let's call Prophet Key and maybe advise him and give him warning? Only when Prophet Key started to insult him, something I totally disagree. I believe that it was wrong that Prophet Key can insult anyone, but that Prophet Key and those that watch Prophet Key show they accept it. That's why they watch it. But couldn't the Chief Justice then intervene and say we got to do something? Why now? Because Prophet Key turned the insult on him and his family. Dr. Richardson, is it fair to ask so?
Yeah, you asked a good question, and I think you begin your comment that I side with that I'm not endorsing Professor Key. Anyone on many of us on this panel knows the words that he uses, and he has directed those words at me and many others here as well. So I'm not going to come here and endorse him. However, though, I do believe, unlike you, Kanyo, that this is a free speech matter. Okay, I believe that Professor Key has the right to express himself. I have the right to also be insulted by his speech. So his right stops where my right begins. This is where we find ourselves at this point. The court, the judge on the court busy is taking him to the high court, and he has to go and answer to the law. I will encourage him to do that because I don't want him to be, to disrespect the law. But I think it's important to know that my right starts where his rights may begin or ends.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Jacob, let's see you on this, Jacob. What do you think? What was don't forget about the legal side. You're not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer. Can you don't address that? But morally, Joe, what was going on here?
So this will be my view on this matter. Let me be clear. As far as I'm concerned, somebody who has been around in democratic setting and all of that, I completely consider Prophet Key's exercise of his comment, his views in the way he does it as a free speech matter. Let's be clear. That's my opinion. Look, we are in a democracy. We have to decide what we want. Do we want a democracy and the nature of the exercise of our free speech? We can have our cake and eat it. Now, the kind of, outside the other, the kind of colorful language, the kind of sharp language Prophet Key uses, it's not part of my repertoire of language. I will never communicate in that way. I've never communicated in that way before. Because I think I have quite a lot of substantive matter to say rather than going into the kind of use of terms. That's not my training. However, Even if I'm in public office, I held public office before, on Australia, I have a government as junior minister before. If I'm in a public space, I'm willing to take the kind of insult Prophet Key is giving as a way of respecting the exercise of freedom of speech and the exercise of democratic value. I'm willing to take it. Let's be clear, I'm willing to take it, because the reason why it's important to not to start to draw lines like these in a democracy. It is a slippery slope to dictatorship and tyranny. It's a thin line in terms of the way we've tried to control people's speech and to determine what speech is good and what speech is bad. Say, for example, the president of the Republic of Liberia now. I'm a critic of the government. If I come and use a sharp language, somebody come and vehemently disagree with the president in a particular way, can the president start sending in the military and sending in the army and start coming to people's houses in there and arresting them because they have very forceful and colorful language that the president or the office of the president is not happy with? We can't continue to travel that line. We all get insulted every day here. I mean, even in the chat room, normally I read a chat, somebody just calling me a few minutes ago and saying, I hear B, I get B, blah, blah, blah. So what am I going to do now? Am I going to say, oh, somebody finish causing me to cause my mind, all of that, so I take a big issue? We should not be bothered about that. People in public offices, and I think Famula said something the other time I see. He said people who go to public offices probably need to go to, pass psychiatric tests. You have to pass some kind of test of character. You can be thin-skinned and be in the public domain. It's not possible. If you still thin and get bothered by people causing your man, me, I'm not bothered by anybody will call my man. You're free to call my man. I'm not bothered by it. If I'm in a public space, I should be willing to take some of that. That is the test of free speech. And Stanton, everybody can say, oh, we respect free speech. Ellen said something, I used to work in Ellen government as assistant minister. Ellen last cabinet meeting, she had in Buchanan. I'll let you share a story, and I attended as a junior minister at the time. She was leaving after 12 years. She had a meeting with the media, and she said something. She said, look, I've been president of this country for 12 years. She said, we talk about free speech. She said, but the time I really got tempted when media people came and attacked my character, attacked my family value. He said, that was the very first time my tolerance was posed to test to the very limit. She said, I have power, I have everything, I will exercise my power. She said, but that was the test of my all my core, all the things I talk about, free speech. She said the media in this country really tested me to the limit on many occasions. But she said because of that value, we transcended those things.
Yeah, man. CMC got to do better, man. Dr. Richardson, you got to do better. This is not right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna call Musa. You got to do better. Yeah, the brother is in flight, and you're doing this just internet generator, everything. But let me bring you on kind of great. And then let be fair, folks. This is not a joke, right? I think we are creeping on a dangerous ground here. We are. We are creeping on a dangerous ground. The fact that if you dislike Prophet Key and how he carry on the show, don't watch his show. If we establish in the country under Joe Manawia or Madame Salih that this is a law on the book called free speech, and then we have folks saying that no, you have another law to say that's not free speech, you can go after the individual because they insulted you. Then let me play what Bushman says.
The city solicitor in the Morovia City Court filed a case on behalf of the government of Liberia against Prophet Key and charged him criminally because he made certain statement on his podcast that me and his fellow were insulting to her. It's in the affirmation on the arrest. So they charged him criminally for speech that he made. The part that I played in it was I called the city solicitor and I asked him, is it true that you have arrested Prophet Key on behalf of the government of Liberia and charged him criminally? He said, yes. I said, on what basis? He said, on the basis of a complaint filed by this lady who said that she was criminally insulted in his podcast. Then I asked, are you aware of the Table Mountain Declaration that Liberia signed, where Liberia decriminalizes the criminalized speech? And are you also aware of the 2019 Camara Act, where we repeal all the penal code sections that has to do with criminal speech? He said, well, I will, that counselor, or show it to me. I said, okay, go and look at it. And if you see that speech of the kind that Prophet Key made has been decriminalized, that people cannot be arrested for it, then your best course of action.
So are we missing something here? Before I go to Colonel Gray, let me bring it back to George, though. Dr. George, both of them, are they missing something here, Dr. George? This is the legal advisor to the president saying that we got something on the book, Dr. George. Then the Chief Justice of the Republic saying it's contrary to what Bushu-Ben is saying. Prophet Key should give cause, reason why they shouldn't hold him in contempt. Are we walking towards a bigger problem here when you talk about freedom of speech, Dr. George?
Oh yeah, I believe I'm not a lawyer, so I won't be like my dear brother Councilor Good to be be in the middle. The Supreme Court is serving as bullies. The highest court in the land have asked a private citizen to come before them. Where will he have redress? The highest court in the land. In fact, the full bench of the Supreme Court have called a private citizen to come before them to do what? Because he threatened the dignity, the authority, and the integrity of the judiciary. They have not told us the contempt charges yet. They have not told us what statement that Prophet Key made in that statement of asking to come for contempt. The highest court in the land is not open enough to reveal to us what statement of Prophet Key they are referring to as contempt. This is bullying by the Supreme Court of Liberia. Because Prophet Key spoke against the Chief Justice, why can the Chief Justice sue Prophet Key to a lower court and then let him go through the judiciary system? I don't know where this has happened before, so Councilor Gooding can help me. That is the full bench of the Supreme Court or someone, a private citizen, to come directly to them. Who will Prophet Key ask for redress from if he feels that what they are saying is wrong when he goes to court tomorrow? Who is he going to go to? There's nowhere he can seek redress because the judges of the Supreme Court are not patient enough. And I agree with Jacob Gbala on this. Every night we sit here, people insult whether we went to school, where we got our degree from. They insult where our houses are in Liberia. They insult that we are behind Mr. Kobe because what he saw her body. They insult us every day on the show. So the full bench of the Spoon Talk is going to summon someone for in the chat room to come before us to tell us why they insulted us. I think the Supreme Court is serving as a bully. They are bullying Prophet Key because the gentleman will have nowhere to seek redress. It's strange because I've been reading where the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Let me ask a question. So even if you have these things they call allegation, and you come up to say, well, it is alleged. I mean, as the Supreme Court said, we are God. You can't even mention us. They will summon you.
It's a Chief Justice. I don't know how he convinced the other women.
What's the reason? No. It's Emmanuel George, right? What was the purpose of the Supreme Court calling Prophet Key? Let's listen to what the Chief Justice said. And I'll be fair. This is going above and beyond. You may not like what Prophet Key and how he does his program. That's fine. You can turn to another channel, right? If the Chief Justice, like you said, sue Prophet Key, say, my man, you accuse me of corruption, right? I will sue you. That's reasonable. But the Chief Justice said, Prophet Key calls him and calls him man. Are we getting something here?
Stanton call any student who went to court.
On the Supreme Court. Specifically, on the Chief Justice, and even the mother of the Chief Justice. The Supreme Court felt that it is an autonomous.
But who said that somebody can insult the Chief Justice out there? Who said? Is that a law that you cannot insult this Chief Justice?
Stanton,
I mean, to be frank, though, is that let that have some serious thing? I would not. We don't insult people on this show, though. But where is this going? A female called Judy Andy went to that very court and said that Prophet King insulted me. The Chief Justice was Associate Justice then. He never had the power to call Prophet King as an Associate Justice. But today he said Prophet King calls him, especially the Chief Justice and Imam. Prophet King calls the President man, the President West. The Chief Justice didn't call Prophet King. But only the Chief Justice man, his son, his daughter, then they call them, then they call you and say, can't show content. What's going on here? Is it a bigger thing here? The Chief Justice is trying to. Are we in a problem? No. Come on, man. Listen. Let's see what will happen to Prophet King. Put you in jail. If that's what the Chief Justice want to do, then the government will free him small. Then they say, well, then Prophet King will come back again and call us again. Then what? That causing a crime? Causing a breaking the law. You break the law when somebody calls you. Counselor Lafia Gu, are you with us? It's causing insulting somebody for crime.
Well, as far as I know, the Supreme Court called him to say that he must so cause why he shouldn't be here in contempt. Period. So he will go to the court and say,
no, I'm asking you. I'm not talking. I didn't call you. I'm asking you. It's causing a crime.
Causing people a crime? No, I have to. No, yeah. Penal law. I have to look at assault.
Do we have anything in the penal law say if I cause you, then a crime?
I think criminal coercion or so. I will have to look at it. Yeah, but I'm not too.
Specific. Okay, Councilor Gu, Councilor Gbala, is causing someone a crime, Councilor?
Yes, insulting somebody is a misdemeanor under our laws. If you go to 17.3, and I put it in the chat room, can you please put it up so everyone can see it?
I'm going to upload it. I'm uploading it, so go ahead.
17.3 of the Penal Code, which is titled as disorderly conduct. If you go to 17.3b, it reads as such: a person is guilty of disorderly conduct if, with intent to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating a risk thereof, he makes unreasonable noise or offensively coarse utterance, gesture, or display, or addresses abusive language to any person present, commits disorderly conduct. 17.3b of the Penal Code of the Republic of Liberia. Further to that, 28 LLR 107, as Lafayette knows very well, case law, meaning opinions of the Supreme Court, also carry the force of law. It is law. 28 LLR 107 says, any act, it didn't say a certain act, it says any act which tends to belittle, degrade, or embarrass the court in the administration of justice is contemptuous.
So thank you. Thank you. I'm not talking about any act. Thank you very much, Kanye. And guys, what will you, Emmanuel Joe, will go to Dr. Bokwe and Colonel Gray. This is why Kanye sent us. This is why Kanye sent us, right? This is why Kanye sent us, and I'm putting this up for you guys to see. Disorderly conduct, offense, a person is guilty of disorderly conduct if they intend to cause public inconvenience, annoyances, or alarm, or reckless recklessly creating the risks thereof. It didn't happen with Prophet Key. Engages in fighting, oppressing, or inviting or tumultuous behavior. I don't know if it can be defined that behavior. Make unreasonable noise or offensively coerce utterances, gesture, or display, blah, blah, blah. My question to you for you to close, Emmanuel George. This is pure hypocrisy of its highest. If this is what the Chief Justice is relying on, the same Chief Justice was Associate Justice when Prophet Key caused President, Vice President, their wives, their children, people talking to court, and the court allowing to walk free. Emmanuel George, how can this Chief Justice say, because it come to me now, we must persecute Prophet Key?
Stand on.
Stand on. Stand on, big man. You're giving 2
Wait. Let Emmanuel finish. I beg you, Chief.
There is a gentleman in the chat room called Kevin Gbala. He calls him Mama. He know that I went to TC, where cousin man calls were from the gate, and how we go to bed in the night. So he think it affected me. No, it not affecting me. You know Mama. You never see her before in your life. So you the one that causing something you don't know. So you causing yourself. Look, when you take public position, you should be able to bear the heat of public position. When you decide to come public, you should be able to stand it. I will not insult, but I work in an environment where 90% of the people I work with, that's their language. It doesn't offend me because that's their language. I do my best not to use it at times, most times, but that's the language. Prophet Key have developed a brand that some Liberians, I have never listened to Prophet Key show to share with everyone. I have never listened to his show. I don't understand people, but it's a brand that people follow. And that's how he leads his brand. And if the Chief Justice, who holds the highest position of the law, the highest court of authority, can summon Prophet Key to the full bench of the law, where will he go next? That's why it's playing in my head. If they tell Prophet Key something tomorrow and he wants to sue, who is he going to? Where's the next step? I think the Chief Justice is in error. If he doesn't want anybody to cause his mind, he should leave that. Secondly, Prophet Key said that according to the quotation from Front Page Africa from the judiciary, he said that the judiciary is corrupt. Everyone of us in the country says it's corrupt. So is he going to call everyone of other content? Even the president of the republic have said that the judiciary is corrupt. Is he going to call the president of the full bench of the Supreme Court because he said it's corrupt? I think the Chief Justice should work hard and make sure he correct the judiciary system and make it a system that Liberians will respect instead of going after Prophet Key. I believe it's wrong. It's totally wrong. I hope they correct themselves tomorrow. You say, what, Kanyo? You hungry? You eating on the show?
I'm not going to. Can I get 2 seconds? Let's listen to counsel.
It's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. It's my opinion.
Thank you.
And it looks bad. It looks bad.
You say you want to.
There's a reason why I decided for us to, if we lawyers on the show, to allow this thing to go without discussing marriage. Because when we try to pinpoint on the merits of why the Prophet Key is called by the Supreme Court. No way, wait now, my brother. Not afraid of anything. You afraid you can do one side. Yeah, I can talk any way I feel like. I'm telling you that you talk about disorderly conduct. For you to say that the act is disorderly conduct, which is a crime, then you are ascribing to the Supreme Court, and you're trying to tell the Liberian people that the Supreme Court is arrogating onto itself the authority to prosecute somebody for crime, when the court does not have the authority to hold somebody for criminal offense. So that's some of the things we say on the show. Gotta be careful. The court knows why it's calling this woman. They know what kind of injury that has been.
I put that up to answer Stanton. Stanton asked whether person was a crime.
Brother Chance, you will not interrupt the brother. I beg you.
So we
Well,
should
no,
not present anything here that the court is going to, to hold somebody for criminal offense on the penal code. No. The court feels that its dignity is being called into question, and that is the reason why with statements being made, that is the reason why he is being called. And he is being called to say why. Why should the court not hold him in contempt for the statement that he made? He will go and justify it. So let's wait and see what happens tomorrow. That's all I can say.
Now, before we bring in Conor Gray and Dr. Bobler and the rest of the team, let me ask you quickly, right? The way in which the court is calling, is that the proper way, Kanyo? I'm not Kanyo, sorry, Lafia, Kanyo, sorry. Now you made a mistake. Kanyo made a mistake. Now you. I made a mistake. Not Kanyo.
The court, when the court feels injured, when each person feels injured, the court can call you. They say, why? Can't tell me why you injure me. That's what the court say. Can't tell me why the thing you say, I should not be
injured. If you said the court, you said the Supreme Court, right?
The Supreme Court, yeah. Even the lower court. When you
no. Let's deal with the Supreme Court. Let's deal with the Supreme Court. Because someone asked you the question, say, if the Supreme Court call you, what's the crime? Can the Supreme Court say we will charge you with this crime because we feel injured?
No. The Supreme Court cannot charge you with any crime.
Correct.
Yes, no crime. Because the Supreme Court does not have the authority to investigate crime. It is not a court of first.
So then how would this story get to the end? If the Supreme Court cannot charge him, how would they send him to jail tomorrow for him to implicate himself?
And that is the reason why we say, let's wait and see what the man is going to present to the Supreme Court.
If the man say, can he say, I plead the fifth? I'm not saying anything. Can a lawyer say you cannot charge him legally? And say no? Can the Chief Justice sue him to the lower court and send his lawyer to represent him?
That would be left with the Chief Justice.
Exactly. Let me bring in Conor Gray. Councilor Good, thank you. Councilor Good, thank you. And that's why I think this is a slippery slope. I think this is a dangerous ground for the state of the press in Liberia. People are very, very strong that will speak up freely. I think this Supreme Court, if they are successful in using this, I can guarantee everyone they will put hammock on freedom of speech. And this is very troubling. This is troubling. But let me, does the court have contempt power? Lafiagu?
Yes, the court has contempt power. Both civil contempt and criminal contempt power, the court has it. And it's the court that determines what is civil contempt and what is criminal contempt. Contempt is in the court.
The same Supreme Court. Okay. So let's go ahead to Conor Gray. Conor Gray.
Stanton, many people may not believe it, but the first time I veered around Prophet Key's show, it was raining insult on the sitting president at the time and his mother and the vice president. I just feel emotionally it was not okay for me, and I tuned off. But I want to believe, this is a protected speech, no matter what. But there are so many other issues the Chief Justice, could have pursued, if you ask me. And you name some of them, Stanton. But sometimes if you use public social media especially, and you speak directly to someone, like we say, if that person feels injured, you could be inciting so many other folks against the Chief Justice. But he did not bring that as an issue. Why he brought as an issue threatens the fact that people are entitled to their protected speech because it's protected under law, including a free speech. I just want to be able to walk that fine line, because if the Supreme Court, who's supposed to be the arbiter of justice, is determining a crime and then judging an individual for violating that crime, you understand, both as the jury and the judge, where are we going with our justice system? It kind of scary. I mean, That's
and just imagine, right? You were quite great. Thank you, Dr. Boble. Imagine for one bit, the Chief Justice said because the man cost me and cost my mom. That don't mean saying it. Just look at the reason he gave, though. Let's listen to him. Dr. Boble will bring you in.
Yeah. On the Supreme Court, specifically on the Chief Justice, and even the mother of the Chief Justice. The Supreme Court felt that it is an outcome to cite property to show called opinion why it cannot be held in contempt, but the meaning is what? Outright abusing the mother of the sitting Chief Justice.
Abusing the mother, and Jeremiah couldn't laughing. Jeremiah couldn't get laughing because Jeremiah couldn't feel that it's just a joke. The vice president, did you guys see him laughing? But for me, you saw him laughing. The vice president is laughing because there is nothing. The man call my mind, you call my pa. Because the man calls your mind your pa, so you call him in contempt. Give us another reason why you think you're calling this man in contempt. But the Chief Justice said, the man calls my mind, my pa. Papa, the man calls you. Mama, the man calls you. So let's send the man to jail.
Still we're coming up, Bujo Island, we say, cause you get post on your body. So what the issue?
No, and even for the Supreme Court justice, they even said that and said the man calls my mom. You know what I was saying? Your mom will slap you. You can't even go and say the man calls you, mama. The man will slap you because you can't do that. The guys then walking check to destroy something that brought glory to Liberia, freedom of expression and freedom of speech. They're working towards that, but let's not that a book like that, Monsieur.
Stanton, Article 15 of the Constitution guarantees freedom of speech. So basically, profanity is protected speech under the Constitution. Now, there are incidents when they're not. So if profanity, for example, incite public violence or discontent, is not protected. If profanity leads to defamation, it is not protected. And if it constitutes a threat that causes a public unrest, it is not. Otherwise, it is protected speech. Now, for me personally, profanity represents poor choice of words and a void of good vocabulary. You can express yourself without being profane. But to take it to the level where you say it cost my mind thing, and so I will summons you and stuff, that's protected speech. It is not inciting public unrest. It's not leading to defamation. It's protected speech. So I don't know that this is one of the things that should be happening, but I do know, or at least I believe, that the prophet key will go over lawyer. And and again, it's kind of sort of unusual, that the highest court, remember now, the rulings of the Supreme Court, Stanton, become the law of the land. They all define an arbiter. So typically you won't come straight here. You will go here, go here. They got levels before you get a Supreme Court. But they come straight here, up here to the highest court. That's strange. That's very strange.
Thank you, Dr. Boble. I thought, right, if you listen to Prophet Key and what he said concerning Jacob, let me give you a finishing time. We'll go to Fubi and Mobile. Prophet Key is saying the Supreme Court Chief Justice is corrupt. I thought that's why you were going to go by, right, Jacob? I thought you were going to say, because Prophet Key made a lot of allegations. So you're building these hotels in Nimba, you're corrupt, people are complaining, I get document. I thought that where Prophet Key, that where the Chief Justice was going. But for the Chief Justice to say today that you cost my mind, you cost my power, and you cost me, so give me a reason why I cannot hold you in contempt. I mean, folks, just understand. Because Prophet Key is accusing the Chief Justice of massive corruption. That is enough reason, right? Enough reason to even bring Prophet Key and say, show us reason. Give us something. These are allegations. And everybody will agree. But for you to say the man calls your mind part, that would take us to Bushman Keita. Bushman Keita said, remember, we got law, not because you're the Supreme Court Chief Justice. We got law to say a man can do anything he wants to do. He's covered. He's a journalist. That's his freedom of speech. That's his right. So which is which, Jacob? I think the Chief Justice, I don't know. That's why you see, I will end on this. Gbala cannot say anything contrary to this because he's honored the Supreme Court bar, right? Lafayette go, they got to run over from this one because they talk too much with some of them.
Right? Me, I'm a lawyer and I won't be lawyer. Yeah.
I'm not tomorrow the Chief Justice will come and say, Stanton, let's see any reason why we can't hold you in contempt. That will say, call me in contempt, Papa. Now you open the radio station for me when we are close, how you hold me in contempt? Then I will start saying that one. But again, but you're facing it, no. Did I say that mistake? In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But again, I just think that this is just joke, right? The Supreme Court got something good to hold Prophet Key on, but not the mind power cause. Because Prophet Key costs everybody mind power in our whole country.
Yeah. And Prophet Key content reporting on, for nobody to go there.
Yeah.
One. Two, there are people who like and love Prophet Key's content. He hires Prophet Key. If you want Prophet Key keep doing that because he has followers, people love that content. People 400, so now you want Prophet Key, 400 people there, 500 people there. So he has his audience. And
Jacob, I have a question for you.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
Do you think the Chief Justice actually went to Prophet Key to watch him? What about distribution?
Well,
your space, like your inbox, that's your space. If somebody sends it there,
yes.
How do you react to that?
That's another point. But what I was trying to say in essence is I'll make it a different point. The point I was trying to make is that, some people say, oh, Prophet Key is like using foul language, is maybe polluting the airwave and all of that. So what I'm saying is that in the modern era, in the technology era, in the social media era, we are in the information age where a lot of information is dumped here and there, right? So the kind of content you like, you choose what kind of content you like. There are people who like Prophet Key's content. You got sometimes we count 400 person, 500 person there. They like what he likes to do. Now, if you don't like that kind of content, especially you are not a child, you are above the age of consent, you can make a decision as to what kind of content you go for. So Prophet Key does not force his content on people. That's one thing. The next thing is that, and I come to that point, somebody said, why if Prophet Key was making that statement saying it's on the Chief Justice and you are living in Afghanistan, for example? So how would the Chief Justice or the Supreme Court enforce what they're doing now, right? And the third point is that, look, when you're in the democracy, let's be fair. If you're in a country like maybe Syria, you're in Afghanistan, you're in certain countries in the world, yes, we can understand the king of Dubai or the king of Saudi Arabia, you have a problem in that kind of country there because the system of it's not a democracy. The king is an almighty king. United States to denigrate the king or say anything, but in the United States, in a free country like this, you have to understand that there will be certain speech that will push the limit of our tolerance to a certain level. So people in public office have to be ready for this. To be honest, you have to be ready. If you want to be, we take a lot of insult every day. But I'm not bothered by what people say. No, because my thin skin I've developed over the period. Maybe that's a philosophical side to me, but I think people should rise above that. And if you become a Chief Justice, a lawyer for me as a philosopher, you have to rise above the country. You don't get thin skin because somebody calls the murder and all of that. If the president of Liberia, who has executive power, got police force under him, have access to lethal weapons, have access to the military, got access to all the paramilitary. If the president of Liberia start getting vex because somebody calls them mad, then I will never come on spoon because I was get scared. Because if I can criticize the United Party government, somebody could start knocking my donor and start dragging it from him out because I express a critical view. So in a democracy, you gotta be careful with this thing. Otherwise, we
want to say to all of you will follow this. Spoon is all set to follow this from in the courtroom outside to see what a Prophet Key going to jail tomorrow. And we'll get to the end. And again, is this stepping on freedom of speech? I think the Chief Justice is going to turn this thing around, Fubi. I think he would take this thing from my course, and talk about the allegation that Prophet Key brought on, talk about in this recording. That will have some merit. because these are allegations. Prophet Key said he got documents. So if you bring that in full, you think it will be the game changer? Yeah. Prophet Key will have to give reason why or show proof of those allegations. But just to say you cost my mind, you cost my pa, so you must come because Chief Justice now. You ask the Chief Justice, you never cost somebody my pa before when you're growing up or something of that nature. So again, they puppet our puppet, but you understand we got to be fair yet, right? Let me ask you, Fubi. I think they got to change. He got to change the contempt order yet, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah. So good evening, everybody. I'm looking for. Thank you. Yeah. So to hold someone in contempt, you got two places. You got in the courtroom. You got outside the courtroom. So if you cause the Chief Justice or the judge in the courtroom, he can hold you in contempt for insulting in the courtroom. But if you cause him outside, just publicly outside for no reason, you can hold the man in contempt for causing you outside of the courtroom. But you can also hold the man in contempt for bringing the integrity of the court to public disrepute, like the issue of the corruption allegation, the issue of the bribery allegation, and all those stuff. So if the Chief Justice and its full bench will use the bribery and the corruption allegation that Prophet Key levied against them, they will have grounds for holding in contempt. But if that, as he said in his statement, get man cause and causing himself, he got no ground to hold Prophet Key in contempt, because if you want to use this other conduct, you can go and sue him formally to a court, or you cannot hold him in contempt for causing your man outside the courthouse and on a platform. But you have a good ground with the corruption allegation, the bribery allegation, because that one brings the integrity of the court, to the public disrepute. So he has a ground on that. So he should be using that as a basis for a contempt charge, but not the man cause, like he stated in his interview. I will just play earlier. When I listened to that, I said, no, the Chief Justice is order. He can't be talking about he caused my man. And also, the legislature, Article 74, gave the legislature the power to prescribe the punishment for contempt charges. So, and the legislature have not done so. So the Supreme Court also got no ground to punish anybody for contempt charges, because they'll be usurping the function of the legislature, and that power is not given to them by the Constitution, so they cannot hold it. So all other contempt charges that have been punishment they have been given, they've also violated the Constitution, and the court should not be violating the Constitution. So that you put the House under pressure, the legislature under pressure to come up with the punishment for contempt charges. So the court have been misinterpreting the law, and the court have been violating the very Constitution that they're supposed to protect. I know you said they're supposed to interpret the law, but you cannot interpret the law outside of the scope, because there are powers that the Constitution expressly gave the court, and there are powers the Constitution expressly gave the legislature and the executive. So Article 3 say you cannot usurp the function of other branches once it's not given to you and it is not expressly stated in the Constitution that you have the authority to do so. So the Chief Justice and the full bench, I think, if that man calls beneath the calling Prophet Key, then they got no reason to call Prophet Key to the Supreme Court. They got no reason to call him to the Supreme Court.
Thank you very much. We're going to move Dr. Richardson. Go ahead.
Can I ask Fubi a question? I'm wondering if selective justice is at play here, because I think about maybe a couple of months ago, a year ago, we saw my own representative for my district, Fode Pamela, calling the justice minister a drunk. And nothing was done about it, and this was kind of, to me, bringing the court to public ridicule, questioning the integrity of the court. Like this was in regards to the decision that they made. Say, oh, this man's a drunk. You're not even serious about the decision that he made in court. But here it is. We see that you're saying that they didn't do anything about it, but now they can call Prophet Key for bringing the court to public ridicule. I'm just wondering, what is it? Is this selective justice?
Was he a Chief Justice then?
Well,
he was Associate Justice.
Don't let the man come in content to let me mind my business.
No, but for that, you have the right to also criticize. You have the right to criticize the court for the court opinion. You can do that. The court cannot hold you in contempt for criticizing their opinion.
That was not a criticism. That was an issue.
But intelligence say he's a drunkard that criticizes.
I criticize man, a drunkard.
Did he say the guy was a drunk, or he said a liquor talk?
That you go get an interpretation.
You're on the liquor table when you're speaking.
For the family came back and apologized anyway. He called the man, he apologized to him. You know, that when they were trying to get their own speaker for the House and the Supreme Court, Chief Justice were going to be the next Chief Justice, so anything could happen then. But let's go to have move out. Let me say this to y'all. We don't insult people here, right? We don't cause people. But for my power cause business, they tell you, say, the Supreme Court called it. The Supreme Court is less busy. We got massive corruption cases. We got massive corruption cases all in the country. We get hold of Jacob Gbala. We get them breaking down the people home, the people crying. We get situation in the country that the Supreme Court should be taking care of. They ain't call the man, but they will call the man for buying the power cause. Are you kidding me? It's like Supreme Court got nothing to do. We get serious situation. Our country took all black and gave it free. Nobody said you're not injured. They said we're not talking about it. People end up losing their job on turning position. The speaker, the fire burned down the Capitol building. All the things are happening. Bad thing happening in the country. The Supreme Court are clear to see. But there's a Supreme Court. The Chief Justice said the man calls my mom. I will call you. Listen to him. Hey, you Jeremiah was laughing. But can you ask why Jeremiah was laughing? Can somebody tell why Jeremiah was laughing? Look at my friend, my brother, the vice. No, that's my friend. No. Look at the vice president. Look at that Richards is shaking her here. Look at the vice president laughing.
Yeah. On the Supreme Court. Specifically on the Chief Justice, and even the mother of the Chief Justice. The Supreme Court felt that it is an honor to cite Prophet Key to show called opinion why he cannot be held in contempt for demeaning the court.
Even Thomas Fala won't laugh. Even Thomas Fala won't laugh. They're laughing because he said, Papa, what's going on with you? So they're laughing, but we'll go to the phone line after Mobile Cassidy.
That when a bump will say you balance, like I want to.
Yeah, but that Nima Kwado thing, you all know that, right? That Nima Kwado thing. Seriously, they got it from Nima. They will face a problem. Jeremiah from Nima, Prophet King from Nima, the Chief Justice from Nima. They will face a problem. But except when you hold Prophet King on allegation, leave the man alone. Because you're opening Pandora bags. If the whole Prophet King on Marcos and Parcos, I'm going to tell everybody, that means that the whole country, the Supreme Court will hold it under contempt. The whole country. Marcos and Parcos circulating around like crazy. Baba, let's hear you.
Yeah, Stanton, I think you guys kind of addressed most of the things. But, let's ask this question. If the president had decided to arrest Prophet Key for causing his man and his wife, what would have people said? Those that are supporting the Supreme Court. Everybody are going to be yelling all over this place and saying, oh, the president is going against freedom of speech. But there's a little history here, Stanton Waterspoon. In 1955, when President Tubman was running for the third term, Twombly released an article asking why the third term. Guess what the legislature did? And that draws to what Fubi was saying, that the legislature should apportion contempt levels and charges. The legislature had a trial for.
I beg you, Mama Cassidy, Mama, I beg you. Let me interrupt you. We got Prophet Key, Yahweh Zo. Welcome to the show, Yahweh Zo, Prophet Key. We were just discussing the contempt charges against you to say you must show face. Let's say, my brother, you are alive, you are on spoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Prophet Key, Opa, Yahweh Zo.
Yeah, thank you very much. But first thing first, let's make this clear.
The court have not charged me for contempt.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, the court invited me because we should speak the language of the court.
Yep.
There's nowhere that the court charged me for contempt. But the court invited me to show reason who should not be charged. So it means that me and the court member will stay in dialogue. That will be to contempt.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to tomorrow? What are you looking forward to, sir?
Thank you for bringing me on. First thing first, I don't get a lawyer. The court has to provide me a lawyer. Because all the lawyers are supposed to represent me, they're afraid. So let this be clear. Let the world know. That the city I'm fighting for, imagine a lawyer cannot represent me. So what is the justice in the country? So I'm going to the court tomorrow. Ask the court to provide me a lawyer because it's also my right under Article 21H.
Yes.
It's my right for to give me a lawyer because the lawyer is afraid to go stay in the court to plead for me. Tomorrow,
we send that to the group.
Yeah, but did you try hiring a lawyer and they refused?
Yes, I have a lawyer. Even when it started from the beginning with the problem letter, I called my lawyer and I even sent it to him. Okay, and later he told me yesterday that the Supreme Court was giving me 2 lawyers. According to him, they were getting me 2 lawyers to represent me. But after the Chief Justice made that speech in Lofa, and I said to him, the preacher said that he will have the Supreme Court have their own lawyer, and I'll have my own lawyer. So I said, well, the Supreme Court saying that I will have my own lawyer. So what the lawyer said again to me? So he said, but Papa, the lawyer report not getting lawyer. So I said, then what are you going to represent me? He said, no, I don't think so. So I don't understand the whole thing that even my own lawyer is afraid. It's afraid to stay in front of the Chief Justice to plead for me.
Wow.
So as some of the injustices that the country is not going right, the lawyer should be willing to stay to defend his client. But the lawyer afraid to go and stay. So now what I'm doing tomorrow, it's a long ride. Because they're not going to throw me in jail tomorrow. No. Because first of all, I need to be heard. He said there'll be a due process. So I have to have my lawyer to be able to represent me. So tomorrow I'm going to ask for a lawyer. Because the lawyer doesn't represent me, they're afraid to represent me. So I'll ask the Supreme Court to give me a lawyer.
Wow. Hold on 1 minute, Dr. Boplan. I want to bring you in because I think somebody big jet texted me and said Prophet Key was advised wisely. And what he's saying is true. Dr. Boplan, he must have a lawyer. That's due process.
Yes, he must have a lawyer. And on the one hand, suggesting that lawyers are afraid to represent him in front of, especially if they're counselors. Attorneys can plead before the High Court anyway, got to be a counselor. And if they're afraid or concerned, that by itself raises concern. Because the legal profession is one of those places where people are trained to be independent, thinkers and talkers within the confines of the law. So it has its concern. But on the other hand, though, to be fair, I don't know if Prophet Key have rarely scanned the market. I will find it difficult to believe that there are lawyers who don't want to go for the Supreme Court. Maybe they say they want to take this case. But legal luminaries like Tiawan Gonglo, it's hard to believe that there will be no lawyer that want to go and represent him. But he's right. He needs a lawyer. He's entitled to it, and he will ask for him. Maybe the court's going to give him, a lawyer or two. You don't want to go in front of a court, but particularly the High Court, and you got a lawyer.
If he doesn't have a lawyer, Prophet Key is on the show. If he doesn't have a lawyer, would the court throw him in jail?
No. Well, no, I don't know. Okay, the prophet just told us that the court say come to have a discussion. There's no.
He said, bring your lawyer.
Yeah, there's no contempt charge, nothing. Come, let's have a discussion. But even in that discussion, you want to have a lawyer because you can incriminate yourself in that discussion, and the discussion.
No, but we're not in the discussion yet. Prophet Key raised a very unique point. Look at our live feed. People are texting. Most people saying Prophet Key is right. If he doesn't have a lawyer, he walk into that court tomorrow morning, no lawyer behind him. The first thing off the back, they will say, where is your lawyer? He said, listen, I have tried. I cannot hire anybody. I'm at the mercy of the court. Give me a lawyer. What do you think the court would do then?
The court will assign a lawyer. They have to.
And reschedule the case. Prophet Key, let's hear you. Because the thing you brought up is new making, Prophet Key. So let's hear you now.
Where Councilor Gu?
And as the same Prophet Key saying, Councilor Gu and Karen ran away because they will be going in. Prophet Key is right. People are saying that. Councilor Gu, Prophet Key, make your case. Councilor is back. Talk to us, Prophet Key.
First thing before you listen to the counselor, I've been finding issue. The counselor said that he cannot get no decision. He don't want to say anything because he's afraid.
Yep.
Those men are afraid. They are self intimidated. There is no justice in this country. You know, they say the breeze like this great rooster can come from the back. It's about time for the rooster to be disgraced for things to change. No men are afraid. They don't get no justice. They don't even get right. They are being intimidated, but they don't pretend. Okay? So we're talking public issue. Everybody giving their opinion. I don't think giving your opinion is against the court. You're going to go in and allow people to give their opinion. You don't give their opinion issue. But the man say you can't say anything because to the high court because of fear. And the fear factor we're talking about here. So I have a question.
But let me say very quick, Prophet King, before you go, I beg you, we want to ask you a question. Can you allow us? The guys have a question for you, please. Prophet King, Prophet King, real quick though. I know you talked about the lawyer issue. Let's put that to rest. Though. Your allegation against the Chief Justice, your allegation that he's corrupt, he building hotels in Lima, he massively corrupt. You like to speak to that, or you hold on here because that is in the court?
I don't think step to announce like any oil and you know, say in the quiet court. People know me. I'm a man who speak my mind, and that is freedom of speech. First thing first, I said that the Chief Justice is corrupt. I thought that the Chief Justice was only in contempt because it should be a defamation character, but the Chief Justice is only contempt because I caused a man. So tell me now, I'm causing somebody man become a crime.
Do you have evidence that the Chief Justice is corrupt? Do you have anything to prove?
And now you are causing that your man causing. So that your man's on VP. That is on VP. But first thing first, understand this. The Chief Justice, according to our law, nobody in a judicial system, from the justice of the peace, the magistrate, all the men, that's supposed to have a business to do. You don't have a relation man. I read about very well, I know it. The priest, which is the Levi, he only live in a temple. You don't do no other business, but only see him. Yes. And a similar thing they brought into our judicial system, that the judges should not do any business. They should only do the business of the law. But this our Chief Justice, that man here, a hotel in Lima County, everybody know. Most of the Maningo land there, and the Chief Justice get it in here. People continue to bring me information. You know, sometimes that somebody can start something there, everybody start to come on board. And the Chief Justice is corrupt. That's why I say I thought we would be discussing here that all the men are corrupt. They will discuss it. But the Chief Justice left the corruption below the side. He said, I cause him, man. So all the things for intimidation right there.
If the court asks you to prove the corruption allegation, will you do so?
We'll put all the document together.
Wow.
The document out there.
Wow.
We'll put everything because the Chief Justice one more in the country. You don't know what happened to really when the Muslim people were shooting high and petrol bomb or and because the Chief Justice and because the Chief Justice judgment. Wow. I went to the people and interviewed them. I interviewed them. People brought their deeds and showed it to me. But they said the Chief Justice don't want to hear because he want to take their land because they're already paying the money into their escrow account. They pay the money. So Chief Justice don't want to lose that money. So what he do, he will take them out of the property and settle with the other man who does not own the property. They poor cry for me. I went there, I interviewed them 1 week here. Then the Chief Justice, end of the case. 1 week before they started to throw out that petrol bomb. So I don't stop for the interview man who are put petrol bomb around. It was because the Chief Justice they pull almost a warrior, but you're not looking at it.
Fumi,
we're looking at the safety of the
you said when you had that conversation, you spoke to the Chief Justice. Then what did he say? What did he say?
I spoke to him through my platform.
Okay.
You know, I went to the people, they put
I have a question for that guy.
He said, oh, the particular property here, the particular property here, enough for them men who have me. The property that belong to him, the property to Omega. These are the things. They told you the poor bro. They said, but the Chief Justice, because he stopped us for collecting our rent. So the money going to a particular account, they call it escrow account. So the Chief Justice don't want to leave that money to us, so he will find a way to get rid of us. Because the other men who they want to get properties are money. So the Chief Justice will control him. So people cry. Even the property of how you call it, the family of the Hash, Mr. Hash, they put him to me again when I see case again. And the Chief Justice
all protocols there, Papa Key. Papa Key, all protocols there.
We all spoon talk. You go to the room, you act like the Romans.
Yeah, the message on spoon talk.
So. I know why I
No, wait, I'll come here. So, Professor D, look, you say you got evidence. You got evidence for the against the Chief Justice corruption. So, I will advise you to compile the evidence and take it to the House of Representatives so that they can file a bill of impeachment for the Chief Justice. Because if he's corrupt and you got the evidence, it's only the legislature that can get you out of the office through impeachment.
Where we going now, we think go file all the Chief Justice impeachment bill will come. Because the only people that impeach the Chief Justice at the House.
Yeah.
Because if myself, when I feel I get justice, I will run to the House. When I feel I get justice, 4 men will go call me. 4 page go call me. So I will get justice there. So the next time the bill will run to the House for rescue, and the House will call them.
Yep. Thank you. Because
I can see 4 page go call me. You know, until looking at you don't read the paper go. The Chief Justice put a man inside. He said that all the men attack the court. Then he said especially me. So you see, he didn't involve a man inside. And in the day, he just put the whole court inside. Then he removed the court and he put it inside again. So the whole thing is just a place somewhere around there. And the first thing, I know that I will not get justice. So at the end of the day, I will end up going to the legislature to get justice. Because we put in the case between me and the Chief Justice, because Chief Justice cannot go sue me to his set. So the Chief Justice now he can get a new lawyer. Listen to him. He said he will get a lawyer, get my lawyer. So who is Josh on now? Don't be answering the question. Ask all your lawyer.
Wait. So the Chief Justice getting a lawyer and you get a lawyer, perfectly?
Yeah, I want you to say, you got to do that. The tip today, he said, I'll get my lawyer, he gave him the lawyer, and the lawyer will represent the court. So who began the judge in that case?
Wow. The Chief Justice will be the judge.
we need to go to the legislature and those who go on. Because you get a lawyer, I get my lawyer. And you say you and the Supreme Court, you're on one side. So me, I'm on one side. Prophet Key, again, the Supreme Court Chief Justice. So now, who is the judge?
I mean, we're gonna get that question to Councilor Gu. Councilor Gu is back. Councilor.
But Stanton, when the court calls somebody, when the court calls summons someone to show cause why he or she should not be held with contempt of court, the court normally appoints what we call the amicus curiae, the friend of the court. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3, depending on how many persons they want to appoint. I think in this case, they have appointed, 2 lawyers that will be the one to present the argument for the court. And then the Prophet Key will also have a lawyer to represent him. Yes, that he said, if he has no lawyer going to the court tomorrow, it's obvious that the hearing will not be held because he has to be represented by counsel. That's what the law requires. So the court will then, appoint somebody, one or two persons to represent his interests. So that's it.
Can you represent him? Can you
No,
represent?
I don't solicit. Lawyer don't solicit, cases. Somebody sees you and they want you to represent. They come to you, you're talking. I don't go around.
Will you represent him if he asks you?
Will you represent
Prophet Key if asked?
What?
If Prophet Key asks you, will you represent him?
We've not gotten to that level yet, Prophet Key.
No.
Stand on. I can represent anybody. I can represent anybody. Anybody. I've been on the show a longer time. If Prophet Key wanted me to represent him, he come to me. He didn't come to me. And so why should I be thinking about what Prophet Key comes to me? Let me tell you something. The Supreme Court, if anybody on his or her own may be seen to be acting a threat, well, I don't know. But I don't think that all the lawyers in the country will be afraid to go and file a legal paper before the Supreme Court for Prophet Key. Nobody should be afraid because that is a theater. That's why we practice the law. That will show our strength. And somebody can present a case for Prophet Key and he will walk off free. So there's no issue of somebody afraid.
So what we're expecting tomorrow is that Prophet Key is not going before the Supreme Court. He's going before an appointed friend of the court.
He's going before the Supreme Court for him to show cause why he should not be here with contempt. Okay. And then the proceeding will begin. But he has to be represented by a lawyer.
No, I'm not saying that. You just said something that they will have a friend of the court.
Yeah. The court, the chief justice will not explain.
So is he going in front of Chief Justice Gbala?
He goes in front of the court for that purpose, and the justice that will feel injured will, because the thing is before. Because normally contempt is subjective. To be frank, contempt is subjective.
My question is simple, right? And thank God Prophet Key on this, right? My question to you is: Prophet Key going before Chief Justice Gbala and the rest of the justices?
The full bench, the full bench.
Would they be the one presiding over this tomorrow?
They will preside. They will listen to the hearings. That is subjective nature of contempt. They see what with the legislature. It's a civil with the legislature.
How can the magistrate assist that the man went before? If the man went before, he accused them to make a decision on his behalf.
That's what makes contempt to be subjective. That's what I'm saying. I'm being clear.
Contempt. Some people are saying that you're wrong. People are saying that you're wrong.
It's subjective.
Yeah, Santon, firstly, when they give you a citation, whether or not you have legal representation, you must honor that citation. So what Prophet Key has is a citation to appear. If he doesn't appear, it could be held in contempt, or a judgment could be rendered on his behalf in his absence. So he must attempt with or without a lawyer, must appear. That's what a citation is.
But we know what a citation is. What are you acting like?
I heard him saying that it's not going to appear because it doesn't have representation.
He didn't say that. He said he doesn't have representation.
I think I heard that.
No, he didn't say that. Nah. He said he doesn't have a lawyer. So that would be his argument. Give me a lawyer. I don't have a lawyer. That's what he said. That what Richard said?
I mean, I just want to clarify, maybe the lawyer on here or some of my colleagues can clarify what contempt is to me. I do understand the subjectivity of it, but isn't it part of contempt is showing disrespect to the judge or to the court? Mr. Councilor Good, you say yes?
It depends where.
Oh, it
Depends
depends.
on the
Well, so it has to be in court. It can't just be.
If you in court, it's different. You outside of court is different. It applies differently.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to be in the court, because you can even go to a forum. As I think C. Abayemi Cassell, which was a Solicitor General under the Tottenham regime, was held for contempt of court when he went to Nigeria. He presented a paper that was derogatory to the Supreme Court. So you don't necessarily have to be in court to do it. You can be out of court, and the statement you make, things that you say, things that you do, they can call you, they hold you in contempt.
And my second thought is, was Professor Key entitled to a public defender?
Professor Key is entitled to be represented by a lawyer of his choice under the Constitution. In the event he has no lawyer, he's unable to afford a lawyer, then a lawyer will be appointed by the court to represent him. Except where Professor Key on his own waives his right to be represented by counsel, like in the case of Rodney Sear. Rodney Sear represented himself. So Professor Key can say he doesn't want any lawyer, and he can represent himself. The court will accept it or ask him one or two questions as to whether he understands the decision he's taking. The
ramifications. Represent himself. They will get a lawyer.
So we are explaining the process.
I respect that. No, I respect that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, when I represent himself, they're bringing that book player. The man when I represent, yo, find lawyer for him. Now, yo, started. Yo, find lawyer. You get it coming for Prophet Key?
Senator, I think we can all agree that from a cultural, moral standpoint, we want to encourage decent language. We want to clean up our vocabulary. We want to teach our children to be expressive without being vulgar in their expression. I think we all agree on that. But we also need to be careful with the fundamental constitutional right of free speech, because from a place of freedom of the mind comes a lot of creativity, ingenuity, all of these things, even when you don't like the speech of the other person. So free speech is protected if it's not inflicting harm on others, if it's not defamation, if it's not inciting public unrest and stuff like that. Tomorrow, when Prophet Key go to the court Stanton, he will either have a lawyer or he will be given one. It will be unwise, not just because he's going to the high court, but under the circumstances, okay? If you get a preview of what the Chief Justice said, I would not go there. So, to Councilor Good's point, you go there, if he doesn't have a lawyer, you ask for one, and then give him one. I just think we want to be careful. The high court is so important. The judicial branch is so important. We want to make sure that minors don't turn into majors that will hurt the court, people's perception of it, and the ability to be arbiters of justice. So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. And I hope for the best outcome for the Republic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good night, Dr. Bopla. Thank you very much.
You. Good night.
Jacob, you want to finish up? Perfect. You got to go. We'll give him the last word. Boba, you'll come in. Just be patient. Jacob?
Yeah, no. I think I reached my conversational limit on this topic. I think I made my point already. The technical legal part of it is not my forte. It's not my area, so I leave that to the lawyer. But I think I've stated my views clearly on the area of free speech and for public official to not be thin skinned. Yes.
Thank you, Boba. Let's hear you.
I mean, what I was saying before Prophet Key came in, I'll just go to an instance in history. In 1974, Albert Port was charged by the Supreme Court with the pressure of the executive government behind him, $250,000 United States dollars for libel against the president's brother. And what I see the Supreme Court doing here mimics that in history. whatever they do to Perfect Key at this point, it's going to instill fear in the Liberian public. But I have a really pivotal question for Perfect Key. What does he hope to achieve from his style of advocacy? And has he been able to achieve anything from the day he started advocating this way?
But that's a wrong question. I'm an advocacy producer for the power. That should not be turning a blind eye. You see the problem? We Liberians need to sit down and discuss the issue of Marcos. When and how the Marcos should be used. We should not say the Marcos not working. What did you just say?
Discuss how they use.
Yes. Let me tell you, Seto, you don't put a nation, but that's okay. We have to discuss how the Marcos is so effective that the Marcos operative justice also. We should sit down, the nation should sit down. We should not be arguing and teaching things. Because people, let me tell you, words can hurt. And everyone all know that words can hurt. Okay, so why would the word be used? Because words are entitled to be used. You can't say free speech, then at the end of the day, you get limitation of free speech. I want a free speech there. The one answer is you saying free speech. So when you say free speech, that you will determine what I will say. You can't determine what I will say when you say I get free speech. No. So at the end of the day, we have to say that real thing. Because they tell me, say, I'm not doing them by causing a change penalty. But I'm not passing around causing people. Well, that come to show to be causing your head tonight. I'm causing people who destroy the country, and I want you refusing to accept. You're whining and dining with those criminals that are making life tough for our people. You're seeing
Perfect Key. Just a follow up to that. Perfect Key. Do you think there is another way you can advocate for change aside from being very vulgar?
No, the country fought war, brother. The country fought war. When people fight war, they taste war, the mind of the Liberian people that is seen in other countries have never fought war before. The country people, the people mind is very stubborn because they are going through real suffering. So they don't even want to know. So there's a way you have to get for them. That one say the country need to decide when and how to use the Marcos. But you cannot tell me, say, oh, give me a key. And then you say, post there, you say, because post no is effective. They have become effective. And even the thing doesn't expose himself. He showed his soft spot. He showed that a Marcos can help him. So forget about me, Prophet Key. All people you say, oh, he. So he showed his soft spot. So what the nation need to do, it need to be a national discussion how and when to use Marcos.
Let me ask you the question. When you were sued by Judy Andy, the legal advisor to President Bwaka or Bushman Keita, he said that it's no crime. He called the SG fired, and he said, "My man, we got a lawyer causing somebody not crime, that freedom of speech." You think if he said that and they let you go, the next morning your income will move out of your went to Nimba County? Why is it this Chief Justice he forgot? He doesn't know.
No, you know happy, you know that when power can in your head, that when happy. When power enter your brain, you don't think again. I mean, Chief Justice, he feel that he's untouchable. Nobody should speak of him. That kind of a dictator concept is already there because on a higher page. But what Bishop Keita said, he's right. Article 15 said that the freedom of special, but you'll be here liable for what he said. Then Article alone, they will kill when they come out, the camera, that destroy, how you going to going people for because of free speech. Okay? The king with the Atlantic that destroy winning people of free speech. So when you will go say in Article 15 that when you use free speech, you will be held responsible. No, the Atlantic destroy that one. Anything you say automatically is no more reliable. So that law used to hold before. But since the Atlantic law came in, that in Article 15 is no more there again. It's not effective.
No, but no law is bigger than the constitution.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that they're seeing people that get government today, that in power today, they say Prophet King were free to go because Giuliani, cousin Giuliani is not a crime. And he did. We can play again. They quoted the Abdullah Kamara law.
Yeah, the point I'm making. You can also challenge the Abdullah Kamara Act to the Supreme Court, and if it's found to be inconsistent with the Constitution, they can nullify it. So no law outside the Constitution.
It's very clear. The same Supreme Court Chief Justice, he was Associate Justice when Bushman-Keda said there's nothing, and they didn't say anything.
Yeah, no, but nobody you have to go to the Supreme Court. Yeah, because you got to tell them out of the court. The court don't move.
So when the woman was taken out to the court, then they say no, the court will not yet.
Oh, then the Supreme Court. But again, let me get clear. No, let me one thing clear. The issue of the Act was to decriminalize, because the Constitution says you shall be held responsible for what you say. And then the statute made certain portion of your speech to be criminal. So that part is taken out. But your responsibility still go to the issue of libel. If you say something, you lie on somebody, you stand on the name.
Represent Prophet King tomorrow now. You do all the plenty talk here. You say you want to represent a man. Prophet King, let me ask you a question. Yeah, if I do all the plenty talk, you go represent man. You say no, you're scared to go before the Supreme Court and represent Prophet King. But let me say something to you, the honorable Prophet King. No, you will not promise that. You will not promise that way you represent me. But let me say something to you, Prophet King. Yeah, the man Imam money, you say you want to represent me. Prophet King, what do you think tomorrow going to happen? You think they're going to throw you in jail, Prophet King?
No, they will not throw me in jail.
Okay.
You see, first thing for them, the court playing smart. The court wanted people to know that the court is not abusing anybody of their right. So the court will follow all due process. The Chief Justice said it. And he said, I want to say it's good for our democracy because in our opinion, the Chief Justice said, put him away, got to pay me for carry me. But since the 5th, I received that citation, I said, Pastor, right, we're going to go tomorrow. And my son, I'm running away. Go, all need to set a precedent. Yes. Approach should not be running away from the law.
Yes. Are you going with somebody? Who are you going with tomorrow? Who is escorting you to the court tomorrow?
I'll go for my followers, my supporters, for all words of light will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
That will be locked down tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Prophet King, thank you very much. We'll be there. Spoon will be there. We will thank you very, very much. It's good to talk to you, my friend. We will follow you through. After it, we will bring you back on the show that you gave the people to follow up of the court situation tomorrow. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Prophet King. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say that really for it's good to see you. You got me a lot of people. It looked like a lot of people just that if and only if, as we close the show, the court was going to say, my man, you put an allegation on the court and we'll hold you for the allegation for me, then they get some argument. But if say the man cost my mind, the man cost my power, then it means that people say, my man, Papa, you're on your own. Yeah, but that original saying, please, they call him grandpa. Let me go. Please close the show. That original say, why are you talking? Oh, he big now, right? I see. Your grandson big now. Okay.
He's not here. He went home. Let's close the show. Let's start to do your closing thoughts. We'll start from Mr. Good. Councilor Good, I'm sorry, because you in Liberia.
Yeah. I know that the reason why I like you for, you understand the terrain. So let me say, tonight was a good show, and I mean,
you see, I didn't go far away yet. The message like me, like that original say. They got quick to overthrow people. I didn't take one small step yet. The men find alliance against me.
My man, please, don't disturb me, don't disrupt me, please. You are not the moderator now. So I will listen to all the discussions. I think point we had were good. And let's wait and see what happens tomorrow. I know Prophet Key. I listen to him. He's somebody that's inclined. He knows his right. The Constitution is there. He knows exactly what is needed to be done in his defense. And so we'll see tomorrow. That's why the court said come and show us cause why we shouldn't hold you with contempt. You know, so let's see what happens tomorrow. But let it not be a saying as though that lawyers in the country or all the lawyers in the country are afraid. When you go to one lawyer or two lawyers and you say no, and, you know, they don't want to represent you or they don't have the time, it doesn't mean that they're afraid. There are over 500-600 lawyers in the country, so you have the opportunity to go to many law firms, you know, and seek legal counsel. So they are there. Like somebody will call it New York and no Gonglo. A lot of people there. You got human rights lawyers, yeah. They will go there. Nobody's afraid of the Supreme Court. So nobody should say that all lawyers are afraid. We are not afraid. Some of us will never be afraid of Supreme Court in the first place, because Supreme Court is a place that we're supposed to go. The court is our farm. We'll go and brush there and get up from there. We harvest, whatever we harvest from there, we leave. So nobody can be afraid of their own farm. So we are not afraid of the Supreme Court. We are not afraid of any justice. We're not afraid of the Chief Justice. We're not afraid of anybody. When we have a good case to represent, the person who will represent the person. When we feel pleased to represent the person, who will do. If a lawyer does not feel pleased to represent you, don't consider it that he's afraid. No, we're not afraid of anybody. So thank you very much for the show. We hope to have another good show tomorrow. Thank you, and let God bless all of you.
Okay, so let's go to Jacob Gbala, because and then he's in Liberia as well, right? And then I'm sorry, Mola, you in Liberia? Yes. Okay.
I'm in Liberia, yes. So yeah, no, I think it was a good show. You know, the Spoon Talk never disappoints. I think I didn't even expect the show to go in this direction, but it just naturally progressed along these lines. But I think it was a nice show, starting with Kanyo and then also ending with Prophet Key. I think this is very, very good for our democracy. You know, the exercise of our political views, diverse perspective, looking at the same thing from different angles. You know, they're very healthy. We all don't have to travel the same path to the issue, but I think it's a very, very civilized discourse, and we can respect each other points of view, and we all arrive at the same issue from different places. But at the heart of it all is about the development of our country. We all love our country. It's beautiful that we express our love to Liberia differently, and we all want to see our country prosper, and we want to see this country successful. So, thanks everyone for sharing tonight.
Thank you.
Always on Spoon Talk.
Moba, Cassidy, I assume you're in Liberia.
No, I'm not in Liberia.
It's okay. Go ahead.
I'm not in Liberia. All right. I want to say thanks to everyone for the show. I believe it's been a great show, and for the commenters and everyone who followed, I want to say thank you. But at the end of the day, the most important thing I like to stress here is that no matter how tough it becomes, no matter how much we disagree, no matter how much we don't like one another, we have one common place of amalgamation, and that is Liberia. We have to disagree to agree. We have to keep talking about the issues. We have to fight for the rights of people, even if we don't believe in the things they believe in, even if we don't stand where they stand. Because at the end of the day, whatever affects a single Liberian affects all other Liberians. People who disagree with the government and with President Boakai do not necessarily hate the government or the president, but they believe that they are expressing their inalienable rights and that they want Liberia to get better. If we decide to all go in one line and think one way, Liberia is not going to develop. We have to keep disagreeing. We have to keep the government's feet to the fire. And we should all fight to protect the rights of each and every Liberian citizen to speak to her government in the way and form in which they deem necessary. In so much as they are not causing public nuisance or harm to others, we should protect people's rights, even if we do not agree with the way they're expressing their rights. I want to say thank you. It's been a great show. I look forward to participating more and engaging with every Liberian. Until the next time we meet again, peace to Liberia and peace to all Liberians. Thank you.
Thank you. Fubi?
Yeah, so it's a good show. Yeah, more about London. But anyway, the council, I was saying a name to, I was saying a number to Prophet Key, so he can call you tomorrow. So you can. But on a serious, on a serious note, the Chief Justice and the full bench, and, the Chief Justice missed the mark when he said the man cost my man. And, you shouldn't be discussing costing your man business here. Just push the issue. Anybody, you got a right under the Constitution to charge anybody for contempt of court. So that's something that you have. But it also should not be about you personally because it may cost your man. No, it should be about the integrity of the code. It should be about what affects the code, what affects the judgment of the code of proceedings, and not about you as an individual. You as an individual, anybody can cost you. But when they bring the integrity of the code to question, then the court can act. But causing your man got nothing to do with the full bench, got nothing to do with the legal proceeding. But when they say you corrupt, you are taking money to render judgment. That's an integrity issue on the court. It means that you are tampering with justice. At that rate, you can charge them of contempt, especially when the allegations are false. Then you can use that to pin the man down. So if the guy, the only defense for that kind of defamation, Prophet Key has to have the evidence. And the only people that can deal with the Supreme Court or anybody on the Supreme Court now is the legislature. So he just takes his evidence to the House of Representatives. They can start the impeachment proceeding from there. They file their bill impeachment, go to the Senate. The Senate can nail the Chief Justice if they find it to be true. If not, the Chief Justice still serve his term. That's how you do it. But you can't say the man caused my mom, the man caused me, so we got to bring him. All the other people, he better cause other people, but nobody came to all. But now they want saying, brother, hey, cause my man now, we're bringing him because I the one got the power to interpret the law. No, you're abusing your power. So you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't. You don't hold people in contempt for causing you. That's wrong. So we caution the Chief Justice as you invite, because there are two Chief Justices meeting tomorrow: the Chief Justice of Mancos and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So tomorrow, the National Chief Justice Day. So we look forward to seeing a good showdown at the Temple of Justice tomorrow. But thank you.
Too much for me. Let's go to Reverend Gray and then Winfrey Russell.
Yeah, my own concern is that if we're going to move out of that situation that affected us as a people, meaning the war, we're going to have to start being extremely tolerant, even down to bringing our own perceived enemies within our ranks so that we can move forward. If a man expresses his desire, his freedom of association, and that man will have to lose his spot in a political party, it reminds me about how certain religion will come after you if you say certain things about their prophet. The fact about the matter is this idea that only party mandate, you can't affiliate with another party once you're with us. I think that has to stop if we want to have a true democracy. Kanu Gbala should not have been expelled. Others in his shoes should also not have been expelled, regardless whether they express their intention to identify with an opposition party. If you can do that, that's intolerance to the highest level. I saw Madam Salif, I will say that again, bring it up to perceived enemies. May so rest in peace, the late Alhaji Kromah. All kinds of individuals worked with Madam Salif. That's being tolerant to the highest level. And believe me, if a man can expel you from from your own political party because you identify with another, it means they have the ability to lynch you. That's what it means. They're angry. And it shouldn't have to be that way. I mean, it shouldn't have to be that way. I know political parties in Liberia become religion. You know, if you're an Islamic guy, you can go to a Christian. I started off, I grew up in Islamic household because my white people, largely some of them used to worship in the mosque. And I was a kid. You have to go to them with them to the mosque. Does that mean I was not free to practice my own religion when I get older? This is how political parties should be, but it's becoming almost like faction. If you would, Ulimo, you can go identify with LPC, or you can go to Taylor. That mindset, we have to disabuse ourselves from that. And also, let me end by saying, Prophet Key, the likes of Yeke Koliver, all of these people are trying to represent our kids, our youth, our people in the house, in the house of elderly people, whether it's the lower house of reps or even the Senate. Sometimes, if you want to be that representative, you have to live by example. Not unless you don't have the intention to go there, but even at that, if you're an older person, kids look up to us. Imagine you take the stage and start raining insult on women. Then you want to go represent women in the house. I forget about that Chief Justice own situation, but as an individual, you just have to conduct yourself in a certain way. You can curse my mom as much as you want, but that doesn't mean I'm going to turn around and start cursing your mom, because I live by a different principle. And kids can look up to me. You don't know who's watching, but again, when people want to be able to represent our people, especially in parliament, let them have some certain traits. If I were to see Mr. Russell coming here cussing Marcos, we won't enjoy my support. Definitely, I think we have to improve on that as well. Madam, that's all I have to say for the
Thank you, Colonel Remy Gray. Mr. Russell.
Thank you, and I just use my closing to just share some views with our listeners and our viewers. And it's really interesting. I mean, I'm not embracing or supporting any one particular side. So I'm just giving sort of an opinion or more or less an observation. It is so interesting to me how many of us become so squeamish when we talk about corruption. The default position is always, show me the proof. Where's the evidence? Where's the proof? You talk about the 27 years that Totman was in power and all of what happened or did not happen. From Totman to Tolbert, I would just start from there. Right? We see the country has not moved, any significant inch with respect to development. People still poor, things are still not working properly. Our whole governance structure, from our Congress down to the local government, I mean, everything is messy, right? I mean, you see people building these structures, riding these cars, but you wonder, I mean, where are they getting the money from? But yet, nobody wants to point to, nobody wants to acknowledge that there's corruption. Then what is happening? Why is the country continue to look the way it does? what's responsible for that? I mean, nobody wants to be held accountable. We don't want to hold anybody accountable. So as soon as you say something, even the appearance of corruption, I mean, clearly something is not right. Clearly something is wrong. For the country to be perpetually poor, for our people to be perpetually poor and in living in abject poverty, but yet nobody, no one is corrupt in the country. I mean, as soon as you mention corruption, it's like the worst thing you can say to someone. I don't know, but I read that when Charles Taylor was removed from power, the United Nations came through in a lot of these big Western countries because there was all of these allegations around that Charles Taylor was so corrupt. He was brutal. I mean, all of the things that we all know happened, during that epoch, right? And the international community, because you remember Charles Taylor said he was an indigent. I mean, he needed money. He didn't have money to support his own the resources to pay for his trial, for defense attorneys and all of that. So the international community said, okay, we will get you attorneys to, you're right, to represent you. But to put together a team of international forensic accountants to go after Taylor, to look for the money that we all believe that Taylor has stashed away. And I think it was maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, the people, they disbanded that group. They have not been able to find any money tied to Charles Taylor. Nothing. International forensic accountants. But we all know that, there are some things happen, So to say, oh, okay, show me the proof, and we see everything else going around, say, show me the proof. So in the absence of that, we want to say there is not, everything is working so perfectly in the country. Then, I don't understand that, and I beg to differ. It's just for me, it's just really mind-boggling and really interesting. Nothing seemed to work, but we are so dead set on and squeamish about pointing the finger at, alleged practices of corruption, the appearance of corruption, and all of that. So that's just something that has been interesting to me. So I just wanted to, I will just leave on that note. I was just that's what I'll use my closing on.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I'm going to just close quickly, reiterating or repeating my points that I made earlier. We started the conversation talking about the expulsion of Kanyo, who is a fellow panelist on this show, and as well as many others. I'm not so concerned about that. I call that John Palmer raised on John Rice, or however the people from the settlement could say it, So I'm not concerned about whether he was expelled from CDC or, whether he's still a member of whatever party he chooses to be. But what I'm concerned about was he was appointed to be on the board of Grand Chita County Community College. And I just wanted to know, how was he selected? What were the criteria used to select him? And he answered really well. He said that as a board member, he sees himself as an overseer and to provide strategic support. And of course, those are good answers. I asked him further, what did he play in his head, or what did he imagine that he would oversee, or what kind of strategic support he thought he would provide to the university. And he did have something to say about that. That's not here or there. We have to watch. I'm looking forward to Kanyo spending a wonderful time as member of the board. I mean, and I'm interested in this because I work at a university. I know what a board member does. So I'm just comparing in my head. Short of that, I don't believe that Kanye is a centrist, and if he was here, I would tell him to his face. I think that Kanye supports Unity Party, and I think that he just needs to say that. I think many of us said that we're going to struggle with him continue to say that he's a centrist, because there's nothing wrong with selecting a position. If it's Unity Party's position, you support that. But to use the word centrist, which basically is someone who is is, in my opinion, and just off the top of my head, someone who believe in progressive change, somebody who believe in progressive development, somebody who believe in positive change. And because of the way our country is, to be a centrist is kind of hard, because we don't have left or right ideologists. Okay, we have not quite defined the ideologists of our country yet, so it makes it very confusing for me. Nevertheless, we'll be watching how he's going to practice his overseer responsibility and how he's going to strategically support the university. I also question, why was this court system that they have $3-something million placed in Lofa? Well, I wonder why it wasn't placed in Cape Mount, why it wasn't placed in Sano, or why it wasn't placed in Grand Jita. I wonder how did it select the places. But I was quickly told that a court was opened up in Grand Jita quite recently. However, I didn't see the write-ups about it, nor did I see some of the celebration about the vice president going to open a court system. And then we moved on to, of course, Professor Key's situation. Is such a slippery slope, I tell you. I think, every one of us have been, abused by.
Professor, you.
Yeah, yes, Prophet Key, correct me, because I usually call him Professor Key, Prophet Key, yes, and somebody else corrected me earlier. The thing about this is it's such a slippery slope for me, because where Prophet Key curses and hurts someone, where his rights to freedom of speech stops, is the beginning of my rights, not to be cussed, okay, to feel pain when he insults me. But the question is, does he intentionally do that? Because there's something in the law that says intend to cause public inconveniences by being annoyance, alarming, or reckless, creating a risk. Is that his intention to Prophet Key would probably say, what his intention is. But so the question is, what is his intention as we look at the law? Is it to make me feel bad? Or what is his intention to bring the court to public ridicule? The whole idea of contempt, which is what he's been charged for. The whole idea of contempt is like as we saw on the show, have many different meanings. Fubi told me that it could be in and out of court. Some other cited Aboyemi Cassell, I believe, said he was in Nigeria and wrote a paper and was very disrespectful, and he was called to book by the court system. So, in my mind, it's such Prophet Key, it's such a slippery slope. I'm not endorsing his cousin. I'm not endorsing the use of Marcos. I'm just saying that, he has the right to express himself, but his rights stops where mine begins. And I hope that he will get a public defender. As he says here today, he wasn't able to find a public defender, in as much as I do not endorse the way he speaks, but I think he's entitled to a public defender or somebody to defend him in court, which he does not have a lawyer at this point. So having said that, it was a wonderful show. And I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. And thank you guys. We all get cussed so many times here for committing our time and enjoying ourselves as we speak about issues relating to our beloved country, Liberia. So I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Just 1 second. Prophet King said the white man developed the gun to subdue the black man. So he developed Marcos to subdue corrupt politicians.
Okay, Henry. Okay, after this. Okay. All right.
Well, thanks a lot, Dr. Richardson. Thank you,
yes,
Mr. Russell. Thank you, Colonel Gray. Mova Keseli, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here as well tonight. And we look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of Spoon Talk. We want to say thanks to all of our folks out there, the many of you sharing your thoughts in the comment section, agreeing and disagreeing. We appreciate your contribution from there. And thanks as well to our listeners across Liberia. For those of you listening on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, or Super 95.5 FM, we appreciate you. Thanks to Voice of Liberia for always relaying the show. And I want to say thanks to everyone. Ruth Goba, my Ruth, thanks for being here. Philip Bala, we appreciate you. Jackie Merch, thank you for being here. Telvin Pin, we appreciate you. Joransin Weah, thanks for being on tonight. Augustine BK Coley, we appreciate you, sir. And thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Small Talk returns tomorrow. Until then, Mercy Brunel and all of you joining us tonight. Anderson Gole, Apu Johnson. We say thanks to everyone. Have a good night. I'm Nelson Cole, and bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one. The CEO standing with the spoon. And your boy.